Hello guys, it is Shivam here. Welcome to a brand new video where we are going to make a real-time chat app from the scratch with the help of Flutter and Firebase. So on this series, we are simply going to cover user authentication, real-time chat, responsive UI and many more. So do not forget to hit that like and subscribe button, and let's keep the like aim on this video of 500 likes. I know you will definitely do that. Now let's get started. But before we move to the code, I want to simply show you how our chat app will look alike at the end of this series. On the center, you can see the iOS device where I have simply opened my chat app, and on the right, you can see the Android chat app that we have successfully launched in the Android app. So this give a complete conclusion that this course will be for both Android and iOS, as you can see on the screen. Now the reason for showing the two screens over here, because to simply give you an idea, like a two-person who has a two different devices can use this app to have a chat, right? But before we move forward, I want to introduce you to app crafting. So this is a startup started by me. So if you are looking for the app for your business or resume, we are going to make a budget friendly app for you. You can simply fill this contact form and can send us the requirements to get a awesome app in both Play Store and App Store. You can find the link of the app crafting in the description box. Now here, first I am going to authenticate with the help of Google in my Android device. Then I will authenticate with the help of Google in the iOS device. So let's click to this sign in with Google button, and now we'll simply click to this iOS button also, and we'll select one of my account for my Android device and one of my account for iOS device. Now we'll simply sign in with Google in both the device, and we have simply registered successfully and directly move to the home page. Now in the home page, you can see at the top we have simply added a wave emoji and a hello, and here we have simply shown the user name that have been simply used by the user to sign up in the app with the help of Google. Now here you can see the welcome to text with a chat up text. Now chat up is the app name that I have simply kept for this chat app, and here you can see the profile icon, and by tapping to this icon we'll directly move to the profile page where the user can simply see their profile picture, their name, the email, the logout and the delete button. So we have also added a logout and delete button in the profile page. Now let's back to the home page, and here you can see the search bar where the user can simply search for the respective username that he want to have in chat. Now what is this username? So now the reason for giving a username is something like this. It's just like an Instagram. So in the Instagram, as you know that each user have their own specific username, so that the thing we have simply done in our chat app, where we are going to provide the unique username to the each user, and by writing that username the user can simply have a chat with that user. Yeah, so now I'm going to simply write the username that I have simply signed up through my Android device, and here I will just write app crafting, and here we'll directly move to the chat page, and here you can see that it simply shows the username through which I am having a chat. And here in the chat page you can see that we have added an option to simply send a voice note to the user and a message bar so that they can send a message to the user, and you can see that we have added a attach file icon, and by pressing to this icon they can simply send the image to the respective user. So I will simply send my first message from here, and will just write hello, how are you, and will simply send this message from here, and you will see that after sending a message the message frequently appeared in my mobile device. Now I will simply tap and will send a reply to here, and you can see that it simply shows an option to give an permission to send the voice note to this user. So I will simply give a permission, and here you can see that hello, how are you message. Now I will simply reply to it and will just say hi, I am fine. Yeah. So here you can see that in no seconds we will get a message on the real time and the two users can simply have a chat. So this is an awesome chat app. Now let's send a reply to him and we'll say how this app is. And you can see in just a few seconds we get the message in our other device and I will simply reply that yes, it is great. Yeah, so here you can see that the two users can simply have an awesome chat between each other like one to one in no time, and we can simply get a message from one device to the another. Now let's move and let's send the image to Shivam. Like if he asked me an image for the watch, now let's send the image to Shivam and I will simply send the image of watch from here and will simply send the image and you will see that it simply shows that your image is uploading, but in no time the image has been sent to the user and it simply shows in my app too, in my I think so in my Android device too. And you can see that we can successfully send the image here. Now let's send the other image here, and here you can see that how frequently the image is transferring from one device to the another and we can successfully send an image. Now let's move ahead and let's send a voice note. So here in the Android device I will simply record a voice note from here. So I will simply tap to this mic icon and I will start recording. Hello, how are you? Do you like this app? We'll stop the recording and upload our audio. Now let's wait as audio is uploading. So here you can see that audio has been sent and will simply play this audio in my Android device and you will simply hear it. Hello, how are you? Do you like this app? So you can see that how we can simply send an audio to the other user in no time, and we can also send images, we can also send messages. So this is the app that we are going to simply make on this complete chat app course. Let's get started. Now let's move, and first I'm going to create a onboarding screen of our chat app. So here you can see that in the images folder I have simply pasted one file which is onboard.png. Now to call this image you already know that we need to move to the perspec.ml file and we need to simply call our images folder name where we have saved all the images, right? Now, once you have done all this thing, let's move to the leaf folder and we'll simply create a new folder name which will be a pages, and inside the pages folder I will simply create a new file name which will be onboard, or let's create onboarding.dart. And here first I'm going to import the package by using material.dart and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be our page name onboarding. Yeah, so here we have created one page which is onboarding. Now we'll need to simply write a scaffold, a body, container, a child and a column. Now one thing I want to simply recommend you all before starting this series, if you want to simply learn more about the widgets, a stateful widget and a code we usually write on this dart file, I have already made a complete Flutter series from the scratch and I have simply taught you about each and everything that we widely use to make our Flutter app. I will simply provide you the complete beginner course link in the description box, so it is totally free for you all to watch and get to know more about a Flutter. So in the onboarding.dart file, here first I am going to simply show the image that I have told you. So we'll simply use image.asset and we'll write our images folder name and the image file name which will be simply onboard.png. Yeah, now let me call this page so that I can show you what all code I am writing on this file. So here I will move to the home and will simply write onboarding, which is our file name, something like this. And here you can see the debug banner. I can simply remove this by passing debug show checked mode banner to false, and it will simply remove that file from here. So this is the onboarding picture that we are going to simply use in our chat app. Yeah, now let's move, and we'll simply provide some of the headlines, or you can say a title for this app, and we'll simply write enjoy the new experience of chatting with global friends. Yeah, so here I will use a text widget, and in the text widget I will simply pass the text that I have just told you now, which is enjoy the new experience spelling is correct, I guess. Yeah, experience of chatting. So we'll write chatting with global friends, friends, friends. Yeah, so here you can see the text. Now let's provide the style to this text. So I will simply use a style and a text style. Now in the text style I will simply pass a color, which will be simply colors dot black, colors dot black. Let's pass the font size up to 22.0, and font weight will be simply, will pass font weight dot bold, something like this. Now I will simply center this text by using text align dot center. So we'll use text align dot center to simply center this text, something over here. Now let me also do one thing, because as I want to give some padding to this text, so I will simply wrap up with a padding widget, and here we'll write edge inset dot only. From the left I will simply pass 20.0, and from the right let's pass 20.0. Yeah, so here it is. Now I think so we can increase the font size up to 25. I guess it's okay. Now we can provide a size box from the top. So we'll write size box height, and we'll pass a size box up to 20.0. Yeah, so here you can see the text, or you can see the title of this app, which is enjoy the new experience of chatting with global friends. But if you have any better idea to show your title, you can simply go in your way. So I was thinking about that, what to simply keep a app name. So I thought that let's keep the app name, which is chat up. So through the chat up app, the user can simply search any user and can simply have a private chats. Yeah, now let's copy this padding widget here again, and we'll simply paste it over here. Now in the text widget I'm going to simply write a connect people around the world for free. Yeah, now this is just like a simple text to explain more about the app that the user going to use. So that's why I will not show in a bold form. I will simply change the color of this text, and will also change the font weight to W500, and will also decrease a font size up to 18, I guess. And now we can use a size box, and let's pass the size box height 30.0. Yeah, so here you can see the text connect people around the world for free. Now as there will be a Google authentication, or you can say we need to add some authentication over here in the chat app, because as we need to simply navigate a user, like which user are sending our details to a specific user. So we need to simply keep a track of the user details, like a Shivam is sending a message to Shyam. So for that we need to simply allow the user to authenticate in the app. Without a authentication we can't simply track a user details. Also authentication will simply secure your app, so that's why I will prefer to use a Google authentication. So here I will simply use a container, and a width, and we'll simply use a media query dot of context dot size dot width. Yeah, now here I'm going to pass a decoration, a box decoration, now the color, and here I'm going to pass the color, which will be a customized color code. And let me see what the color code is. So here I'm going to use the color and will write 0xFF703EFF. Yeah, something like this. Now here in the container, now I'm going to simply pass a child, a row, and a children. Now the reason for passing the row, as you have noticed that I have added a second image in the images folder, which is a Google logo, and here I'm going to use this logo and will write image.asset and will write images, and here I'm going to write search.png. Now I'm going to simply pass the height 50, a width 50, and a fit box fit dot cover, something like this. Now here you can see the image that we have used. Now I can simply pass the margin edge inset dot only. From the left let's pass 20.0 and from the right let's pass 20.0. So here it is, and I guess it is okay, or you can do up to 30. And yeah, now we can provide some padding so that we can see the image and the text clearly. Let's keep dot only. From the top let's pass 5.0, from the left let's pass 10.0, and from the bottom I guess 5.0 will be okay. It's okay, I guess. Yeah, now once we have done this thing, we can simply show the text over here, which will be a sign in with Google. So we'll copy the text widget and we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll rename it to sign in with Google. Yeah, now we'll write colors dot white and we'll write font weight dot bold. Then we can increase the font size up to 22, and now we can use a size box width and we'll write 20.0. Now we can simply provide a space between this text and the button by using a size box. So we'll copy the size box here again and we'll simply paste it over here. Now let's provide the border radius to this button. So we'll write border radius dot circular, and let's pass up to 30. Yeah, now it's okay, I guess. And if you want, you can simply center this by using main axis dot center, and rather than 30 let's pass 20, because 30 will be too much, I guess. Let's keep 30. On the left 30.0, let's pass the height 60 or 90, 70, I guess it's okay. Yeah, so here you can see the button sign in with Google. Now the user can simply tap to this button and simply can authenticate with the help of Google. Yeah. Now I've tried to pass a elevation. As you can see, the reason for passing an elevation, because the user can know that it look like a button, and the user can simply tap to the button and can directly authenticate in the help with the help of Google. Yeah. Now let's move to the home page, and in the pages folder I will simply create a new file name which will be home, and will simply write home.dart, and will again import the package by using material.dart, and here we'll write a stateful widget name which will be simply a home. Now here in the home page, I will first write a scaffold, a body, container, child and a column. Now here you can see that in the images folder I have added a third image which is wave.png, and you can see that we can simply use this emoji. I can say this as emoji, and I will simply use this emoji in the home.dart to simply indicate a hello sign to our user who will simply authenticate in the app. Yeah, so here I will simply use a row children, but before that let me pass a background color to my complete screen. So here I will pass a background color to my scaffold widget and will copy the same color code that we have passed to our button, and will copy this color code and will simply paste it something over here. Yeah, now let's reload this page so that I can show you what all code I am writing here. And here you can see the page. Now first, as I've told you, I will simply show the wave emoji. So I will use image.asset and will write images, and here first I'm going to use wave.png, and we need to simply pass the height. Let's pass the height 90 and the width 90 and the fit boxfit.cover. Yeah, so here you can see the image, but it's look like we have provided a lots of height and width. So I will simply decrease the height and width up to 50 and 50, and now I can simply pass a margin so that I can see the image clearly. Edge insert dot only. From the top let's pass 40.0, and from the left let's pass 20.0. So here it is. Now here, once we have shown the emoji, I need to simply show the hello and the username. So here to show the hello text, I will simply use the text widget. Now to use the text widget, I will simply move to the onboarding.dart file, and now I need to copy the text widget and will simply paste it over here. And now I will simply write the text hello, and here you can see the text. Now I can provide the space between this emoji and the text by using size box, and will pass size box with 10.0. Yeah, now we'll simply provide increase a font size up to 24. Now I want to simply show the username, so we'll copy the text widget here again, and now I will simply write a username. Now, as I am simply trying to make the UI first, then I will simply use a Firebase to add a complete backend on this app. So that's why I'm trying to keep a fixed name, and I will simply use my name over here. But once the user authenticate in the app with the help of Google, will simply show that username over here. Yeah. Now here you can see hello Shivam, which is that username. Now here I want to simply show like welcome to and our app name, which is chat up. Yeah, so first I am going to show the welcome to and a chat up text. Then here I am going to add a profile icon so that the user can simply tap to this profile icon and can move to the profile page where they can simply see all the details regarding there, and we can simply also allow the user to log out from the app. Yeah, now let's move, and here as I told you, first I'm going to show the welcome to text. So to show the text, I think so rather than writing the text first let's show the icon over here. So first I will simply create a container, now a decoration, a box decoration, and in the color I will pass the colors dot white, and here I am going to pass the icon which will simply indicate the profile. So I will simply use icons dot person. Yeah, now I need to use this same color that we have passed over here, something like this. Yeah, now I can use a spacer because I want a maximum space between this text widget and the container, rather than using a fixed width over here while passing a size box. As I will refer you to all, if you are making the app, try to make it as responsive as you can, so that when the app will be tested on the multiple devices, it can be act same how it have been shown in your emulator, right? So that's why I will simply use a spacer to make the app highly responsive, and here I will simply use the margin so that the icon won't stuck to the right side of the screen. And here I will use a size to increase my icon size, and let's increase the icon size up to 30, and we'll simply write a border radius, and we'll pass the border radius circular, and let's pass up to 10. So here you can see the icon. Now I can simply pass a padding edge inset dot all, and let's pass the icon, and let's pass the padding up to 5. Yeah, now here you can see the icon. If you want, you can pass elevation to this container, it's your choice, but I think so it's okay. I don't need any elevation over here because it's already look like in elevated form. Yeah, now here after a row widget I will use a text widget. As I've told you, I will simply show the welcome to text and will simply paste it over here, and we'll write welcome to, and we'll remove text align dot center from here, and we'll use cross to move the text something over here. So I will use cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Now here I can use a size box so that I can provide a space. Yeah, now here we'll simply change a color of this text to white 54, or let's pass a different shade of an white color. I think so this is okay, I guess. If you want, you can change the color according to your choice. It's up to how you can make this app more attractive and engaging for the users to use. Yeah, now here I will copy the text widget here again, and will copy and will simply paste it over here, and here I will simply write a app name which is chat up. Yeah, now I will simply increase my height, or you can say font size of our app name, and here I will also provide the space 5.0, something like this. I guess it is okay. Yeah, 40 I guess is okay, and we can do like this. Yeah, so welcome to chat up. Yeah, now here I'm going to simply show the curve container, something like this. And here in the curve container, first I'm going to show the search bar. So in the search bar, the user can simply search for the specific username that they want to have a chat, and in the container I'm going to show all the chats that the user have done in the form of list view, right? Now to show that, I will simply create a container. We'll pass a with media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now as I've told you, I will try to make this app highly responsive. So that's why I've used a media query, and media query will suggest a width to take as much space as the container can. Yeah. And here I will simply pass the height. Net Let's not pass the height, let's write a decoration, a box decoration, and we'll pass the color, and we'll pass colors dot white. Yeah, now here I can use a child, and we'll simply write a column and a children and a text widget, so that I can simply show you the container first. Now here you can see that there is a space, but I don't want any space over here, so I will simply remove this margin from the container, and now I can simply provide a padding, or let's wrap up the row first with a padding widget, and we'll simply write dot only from the left, and we'll simply provide the padding from the left 20.0. We'll do same for the text name welcome to dot only from the left 20.0, and we'll do same for the our app name. Yeah, so here it is. Now we can provide a size box so that I can provide a space between this text, and if I'm going to provide a search bar over here. Now here you can see that Once I provided the container over here with a white color, so this take a width according to the media query that we have passed, and it simply says the container to use a complete width of the screen. Right now for the height we haven't passed anything. Now I also want that it simply says as much height that mobile device have. And for the height I want that it's the containers to take as much height that the space has been left vertically, right? So you can see that this is the amount of space has been left, and I want this container to use this complete height of the screen that have been left. Now to handle this case in a responsive manner, because you will think that let's pass the height and we'll simply pass a number something like this, and until it won't fit the screen we'll keep on increasing the number. So this will not make the app highly responsive. As I've told you, when you will simply test the app in your multiple devices, you can face this error. So to handle this case, I will simply wrap up the container with a expanded widget, and here it simply take a height of the screen automatically how much height he can. Yeah, so these are all the things that I have simply taught in my Flutter beginner course. So I'm telling you again and again to simply follow that video, because that will simply clear your all the basic thing regarding the app responsiveness and how to use a widgets in the Flutter app. As I've told you, that video is completely free. You don't need to pay anything extra to watch that video. That will simply help you to know about a Flutter. Yeah, now let's move. And as I've told you, first I'm going to show the text field over here. So first, as I've told you that there will be a circular radius from a top left and a top right. So I will use a border radius, and in the border radius I will simply write border radius dot only, and I want to simply provide from top left. So we'll write top left circular radius 30, and from the top right radius circular 30, right? So here it is. Now here I can show the text field. Now to write a text field, first I need to write a container, and in the container we can simply use a text field so that we can simply provide a color and a design to our text field. Yeah, so we'll use a child and a text field, and here you can see the text field, but we'll write a decoration and a box decoration, and we need to simply pass a color to our text field so that I can see that text field clearly. So let me see the random color code, not a random color code. There is a color code that I will simply use on this text field so that I can simply see the text field clearly. Yeah. So this is the color code that I will simply use to show my text field, and now you can see the text field, but we need to also provide a size box so that I can simply provide the space from the top, and will use a size box height 30. Now I can simply provide a margin. So we'll write edge insert dot only, from the left 30.0 and from the right 30.0, 20 point, sorry, not margin. Yeah, so this is the main thing that I want to simply tell you, that I simply make a mistake by writing a margin over here, because a margin give a space outside the container and padding gives a space inside a container. So I can't write a margin outside. Where it is margin? Here is a margin. Yeah, so margin give a space outside the container, so I can't use a margin over here. I need to simply replace a margin with a padding so that I can simply provide a space from inside the container, right? I hope it is much clear between a difference of padding and a margin. Now here you can see that there is a line in the text field. Now I don't want this line in the text field, so I'll use a decoration, input decoration border, input border dot none. Yeah, now I can use a like icon over here. So to use the icon I will use a hint, not hint, why I'm telling it, prefix icon. I guess it is prefix icon, icons dot search. Yeah, so here you can see the search. Now here I can simply show the hint text so that the user can simply know that by tapping to this text field I can simply search a username. So I will just write a search username over here. Yeah, here it is. Now I can simply provide a border radius to this text field. So I will move here and will simply write a border radius. Now we'll write border radius dot circular, and will simply pass a 10 over here. Now here on the text field, I can simply search any of the username like Shivam123 or like any of the specific username. Yeah. Now once we have shown the text field, now I can simply show all the chats that the user have done. So to show that chat, I need to simply create a container and will pass a with media query dot of context dot size dot width, and here I need to simply pass a decoration, a box decoration color, and we'll write colors dot white, something like this. Now we need to pass a child, a row, a children. Now in the children, first I want to simply show the user image through whom they are chatting, right? So through whom they are chatting, they can simply see the image over here. So I will try to make a chat feature something like bigger social media apps like an Instagram or Facebook. So you can see the user image over here. So let me paste some random user image in the images folder. So here I am simply going to use a random image of an user that I have simply pasted in the images folder. So I will use image.asset and will write an images, and here I will simply write boy.jpg. Now here I need to simply pass the height. Let it pass the height 50, width 50, and a fit box fit dot cover. Yeah. So here you can see the image. Now let's pass the space from the top. So again I will use a size box, height 20.0. Yeah. Now let's not increase the size of an image, or I think so let's increase it so that it will look good. I guess it is too much. Maybe we can do up to 70, I guess. Yeah. Now here I need to simply provide a border radius to the image. So we'll use a clip react widget and we'll write border radius dot circular, and we'll simply pass 30, or let's pass 60. Yeah. Now once we have shown the image, I can simply write a user name, like which username image has been shown over here. Now to handle this, I will simply use a column widget first, and in the column widget I will simply use a text widget. Now in the text widget I need to simply copy the text widget and will simply paste it over here. So for an example, I will simply take some random username. Yeah. Now I need to change the color so that I can see the text. I need to decrease the font size, it is too much. Yeah. And let's make it W500 rather than bold, and let's do up to 18, I guess. We can provide a size box width up to 10.0, and we can move the text something over here, not like at the top, but we'll see that. Now let's show the last chat that the user has sent to this user whose name is Shyam, for an example. Yeah. Now we need to copy this text widget here again, and we simply paste it over here, and we simply remove this text, and here I'm going to write like hello, how are you doing. Now I need to simply change the color so that it look like it is a past message that have been sent. So we'll decrease up to like this. Yeah. Now we can use a cross so that I can bring the text over here, cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Yeah. Here it's okay. Now once we have done like showing the user image, his name, the last text Shivam has sent to Shyam, for an example, and now I want to simply show the time, at like which time that the user has sent the message to this user. Yeah. Now to do that, I need to simply do one thing. Let me show you what it is. We'll simply copy the text widget here again, and we'll simply paste it over here. And here I'm going to simply write 2, and we'll write PM 2 p.m. Yeah. There is a problem, so let's solve this first. Yeah, so here you can see that I have simply removed this text like how are you doing, and I just keep like hello how are you, but I will simply handle the like if the long text has been sent by the user, then how to simply fit it over here. So when we'll simply add the backend, then I will show you how to simply the long text here. Yeah, now as I told you that we are just making a UI, that's why I'm trying to keep it simple. And now here you can see that I've used a cross axis alignment dot start to simply bring the time over here. Now once we have done all this thing, I need to simply bring this text in the center, so we'll use main axis alignment dot center to simply center this. For that I need to remove this, I guess. No, center will won't work over here because the reason is we have used a cross, and for the cross we have in the row we have used a column widget, and we have simply passed cross axis alignment dot start. So for that I need to use a size box, and for the size box I can simply pass 5.0, something like this. Now I can simply bring the text here on the center. Now I can move the time over here by using a spacer. Yeah, here it is. Now if you want, you can simply change in a bold form like this. Now you can see the time over here. Now once you have done all this thing, I need to simply provide a border to this container, so that the more user text just below this won't like get confused for the users to see. Yeah, so here I will simply wrap up the container with a material widget, and will provide the elevation 3.0. Yeah, now you can see the elevation, but we need to also provide a padding as in set dot all. Let's pass 5, I guess, or let's pass 10. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Now we can simply pass a border radius. So here I will pass a border radius dot circular, and will simply pass 10, and we'll copy this border radius here again, and we'll simply pass it over here. So here you can see the container, or you can see a first chat that we have simply shown in the UI. Now we can simply add some more text over here to show the UI, but rather than doing all this, now let's move and we'll simply create some more pages in our chat up app, which is a chat page. So in the chat page, we'll simply allow the user to have a direct chat with that specific user they want to. So we'll simply move to the pages folder, and we'll simply create a new file name, which will be a chat page dot. And first I'm going to import the package by using material.dart, and we'll write a stateful widget name, which will be a simply a chat page, something like this. Now here again we are going to write a scaffold, a body, container, child, and a column. Yeah, now once we have shown all this thing, first at the top in the chat page I want to simply show the username that I'm having a chat, right? So that the user can simply know like with whom they are having a chat. So to handle that case, I need to simply first I will pass a background color to my screen. So I will use the same color that we have passed in our home.dart file. And now here first, I'm going to show the text like as I've told you, and a back button. So we need to use a row widget, and the row widget will copy some of the text widget from here, and we'll simply paste it over here, and in the text which it will write. I will write my name for an example, and let me show you what all text I'm writing or code we are writing in the chat page. So we'll switch to the chat page now. Now here I need to bring the text up to here so that I can see the text clearly rather than behind the phone screen. So here I need to do one thing. I need to pass in margin as inset dot only from the top. Let's pass 40.0, and let's do one thing. First I need to also show the icon over here. So we'll write icons dot arrow back new rounded. Yeah, now we need to simply pass the color, which will be a colors dot white. Now I need to also provide a padding to this row widget, so we'll wrap up with a padding widget and we'll write dot only from the left and we'll pass left 20.0. Yeah, now I need to bring the text something over here, I mean the center. So here I will use a size box with media query dot of context dot size dot width, and here we'll write divide by 3, I guess, or 4 or 4.5. Yeah, something like this. I think so it is okay. Now we can simply show the name. If you want, you can increase a font size up to 26. Now when the user will tap to this back arrow, he need to move to the back to the home page. So to execute that, I need to simply wrap up the icon with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I will simply write navigator dot pop context. Yeah, now here I need to show the container over here, something like this, so that we can show all the chats, and here a text field with an option. As I have told you, we are also going to use a voice note, option to send an image, option to send an emoji, and option to send a text message, right? Now we need to write a container over here. Now to show the same rounded structure, I will copy the container that we have provided over here. So we'll copy the expanded widget and this thing, and we'll simply paste it over here. Now we can use brackets that we need, and we can use the bracket that we need, and we'll pass a size box height 30.0. Yeah, so here it is done. Now we can use a column widget in our container. Now that message that have been sent by me will be simply shown over here on the right side, and the message have been sent by a user with whom I am having a chat. The message will be seen over here. This will simply help the user to know like what all message they are getting from the other user, right? Now here I will simply use a row and a children. Now in the decoration, sorry, why I'm writing decoration, we need to write a container, and we need to write a decoration first, a box decoration, a color, and in the color we'll simply write colors dot blue. I guess blue will be okay. We can copy the text widget here again, and we'll pass in the child, and here I need to write a text, hey, how are you? Yeah, so here you can see the text, but we don't need any padding here, and I will do some more thing here. What it will be, we need to provide a size box first with, let's pass, sorry, why I'm providing with height, sorry, not with height 50.0 for now, and we can provide a padding set dot all, let's pass 10, and here need to decrease a font size up to 20. Yeah, so here it is, and this is the text sent by the different user, and we need to provide some padding like we need a padding over here. Padding and insert dot only from the left, and let's pass 10.0. Now we need to provide a border radius. So for the border radius, I need to simply write border radius. I have already provided border radius over here. We need to provide a border radius over here. Now the reason for passing a border radius to this container is because as it indicates that the message has been sent by the other user. So that's why I will simply show like the border from the top left, top right and bottom right, not from the bottom left. Yeah. So for that I need to simply write a border radius dot only from the top left will pass radius dot circular, and we can simply keep 30, and from the top right we can pass radius dot circular 30, and from the bottom right radius circular and 30. So here it is, and here you can see how we can see the message. And if you want, you can give some more padding. It's up to your choice, like how you want to show all this thing. Yeah. Now once you have done this thing, now we need to also show the message that have been sent by me or that user. So to handle that, I need to do one thing. I am going to show the message that have been sent by me as an user. So to show that message, I need to simply use a row widget, and we need to simply push that container to the right side of the screen, something over here. And we need to also change the color of the text to indicate that the message has been sent by me, right? Now we need to copy this row widget here again, and we'll simply paste it over here. Now we need to simply change the color of this container to black, and let's keep the shade of an black up to 45, I guess. Now here we need to only provide a border radius from top left, top right, bottom left. So we don't need to provide a radius from bottom right. So I will change the bottom right to bottom left here, something like this. Now I need to push the container something over here. For that, first I need to use a size box so that I can provide the height, and will simply provide the height 10.0. And here now I will use a main axis alignment dot end. Yeah, so we'll write main axis alignment dot end. And now I can also provide a margin so that it won't get stuck to the right side of the screen. So I will write margin edge inset dot only from the right 20.0. Yeah, something like this. Now here I will simply change a text, and here I will simply pass this. Yeah, so this is the reply that the user get from me. Yeah, now here I have shown the message that have been sent by the another user and the message sent by me. Now here we need to simply show the text field and all the options that will simply help me to chat with other user. So here first I'm going to create a container. In the container, first I'm going to pass a child and a row and a children. Now in the row I need to use an icon. So first, as I have told you, we are going to use a audio recording too. So in this audio recording, first I'm going to show an option of a mic. So to show that option, I need to simply create a container first, and here I need to use a decoration. Decoration, a box decoration. Decoration, a box decoration. Now the color, I'm going to use the same color that we have passed above. So we need to copy this color code, and we'll simply pass this color code something over here. Yeah. Now here in the child, I need to simply pass an icon. So I will write child icon, and we'll write icons dot mic, and let's pass the color to this mic, which will be simply colors dot white. Yeah, something like this. Now here you can see the thing that we have passed, but let me create first, then I will simply push the text field to the bottom of the screen. Yeah, so we'll use a size box height 20.0. Now we can also increase a size of a mic up to 30.0, I guess. And we can also provide a padding edge inset dot all, and let's pass up to 5. Yeah, now we can also provide a border radius, so we'll write border radius dot circular, and let's pass 60, so that I can provide a complete circular container over here. I think so 35 will be okay. Yeah, here it is. Now here I need to simply show the text field where the user can write a text that he want to send. Now to write a text field, I need to simply create a text field first. And in the text field, I need to simply wrap up with a container here again. And in the container, I need to simply pass a decoration, a box decoration. Now I'm going to pass a custom color code for the text field. Yeah, so this is the color code that I widely used on the text field. Now let me show the text field first, but you can see that we'll simply get an error while passing the text field over here. Yeah, so where it is, here it is. Here, as I've told you, that will simply get an error, which is a render box error. So the render box error will simply says that I don't have enough space to show all this thing in a row widget. So tell me how much space I should use to show a text field. So that's why we need to simply tell a text field to how much space he should use. So we can simply do that by using an expanded widget. So you can wrap up the container with an expanded widget, something like this. Now here you can see the text field. Now in the text field, first I need to simply pass a width. So we'll use a size box, and we'll pass a size box width, and we'll pass size box width up to 20.0, something like this. Now here you can see that there is a line. Now you can simply remove this line by using decoration input decoration border input border dot none. Yeah, so now you can see that that line has been simply removed from this text field. Now here I can do one more thing, like first let me provide some more like border radius to this text field too. So here I will simply pass a border radius dot circular, and will simply pass up to 10. Yeah, now rather than providing a width, we'll simply provide up to 10, and here we can simply pass a hint text. So for the hint text, I will simply pass hint text over here, not over here, here hint text, and let's pass the hint text up to, like, we can write not search, sorry, why I'm writing a search. Let's write a message, yeah. So this is a hint that we can simply pass over here. We can simply pass a padding, so we'll write edge inset dot only from the left 10.0. Yeah, so here it is, and the user can simply write a message over here that he want to simply send. Yeah, so here it is done. Now once we have done all this thing, I want to simply show the send button over here, so that the user can simply click to this send button and can send a message. Now to handle this case, I need to simply create one more container. So why to write the thing again and again? So I will simply copy this container and will simply paste it over here, and will simply change the icon to an message, not a message. Let's pass send over here. Yeah, so this is the icon that I'm going to use. Let's decrease a size up to 30, and we can simply increase a padding up to 10. Yeah, I think so it is okay. Yeah, now we need to also provide a size box so that there will be enough space. We'll be providing 10.0, something like this, and we can also provide a space after this icon that we have passed. Yeah, so now you can see that the user can simply write a text and can send to the respective user. They can simply use a mic to simply record their audio, and they can send. Now as I've told you, in this series I will also teach you how to simply send a image to that respective user. So we need to also provide an option to send an image, not image, yes, yeah, image. Now for that I need to use a prefix icon. Now the prefix icon, not a prefix icon, I think so it will be a suffix icon, because we need to provide at the end of this text field. Now I can write an icon, and will write icons dot and I think so that is attach file, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the icon that we can simply use to pick a image from our phone gallery and send to that respective user. Now let's bring all this thing at the bottom of the screen. So for now, as I am making just a UI in this part, but in our coming part, as I am going to connect a complete backend for this message app, then I will show you how to simply make this complete screen by using a stack widget, because we need to use a stack widget over here to show all this thing. Yeah. So here I need to simply move here and will simply use media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 2, 1.8 or 1.5. 1.5 will be too much, 1.6 will be okay, I guess. Yeah, now I can simply write a message over here and can also send it. Yeah, so these are all the things that we have simply done to create our message app. I think so 1.6 is okay. Yeah, so we have simply made some of the screens for our chat app or chat up app to simply keep going and send a DM to that respective users. Yeah, so we have created an onboarding page where the user can simply sign in with Google, and we have created a home page where at the home page the user can simply search for the respective username they want to have a chat, and in the home screen they can see all the recent chats that they have done and a profile icon. So when they will tap to this profile icon, they will simply move to the profile page. I will show you how to simply create a profile page, and when the user will tap to the respective text, they will not a text, a container through which they have a chat, a user ID through which they have a chat, they will simply move to the chat page. So these were all the things that we have simply made for our chat up app. Yeah. Now first I'm going to connect our app with an Firebase for both iOS and Android, and I will also teach you how to simply upload a data to the Firestore database. So for that I need to simply create a project in a Firebase first. So let's move to the Firebase account, and here you can see that I have simply moved to my Firebase account, and here you can simply enter your project name. So I will simply write my project name, which is chat up, and here I will simply click on continue button, continue again. Now I will simply select a default account for Firebase and click on create project. So as you can see that Firebase is preparing our project, so wait for a few seconds until it is done. Yeah, so here it is done and our project is ready. Now click on continue button and we'll directly move to the Firebase, and here you can see that I can simply connect iOS, Android and web app with a Firebase. So first I will teach you how to connect a iOS app, then I will move to Android app. So first let's move to the iOS, and here you can see that we need a Apple bundle ID. So we need to go to the iOS and we'll simply open a Xcode from here, and we'll move to the runner, and in the signing and capabilities we need to copy this bundle identifier from here and we'll simply paste it over here. Now click on register app and download this Google service info.plist file from here, and we'll simply paste it in below the info. Yeah, so we need to simply remove an older file if we have, then we'll simply rename our file and we'll simply paste it below the info. Yeah, now click on finish and here it is done. Now click on next, 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 continue to console. Yeah, so we here you can see that I have simply added an iOS app. Now let's move with an Android app. So in the Android app we need a Android package name. Now to get an Android package name, let's close this Xcode first and this one too. Now move to the Android app build.gradle. Now copy this package which is com example.chat app, and here we'll simply paste this. Now click on register app and download google-services.json file from here, and we'll simply get a file. Now we'll also remove the older file if we have, and we'll simply rename the file something like this, and we'll need to simply paste it on the Android app folder. Yeah, now click on next, and we need to copy this id and move to the Android build.gradle file, and we need to simply paste it in the class path, and we'll simply paste that link over here, not a link, you can say as a package, and we need to simply change some of the lines in the class path something like this. Yeah, so here it is done, and this is how we can simply add this class path in our dependencies section. Yeah, now after this we'll simply move to the plugin, and we need to copy this plugin, and we need to simply paste in Android app build.gradle file something over where, here in apply plugin section, and we'll simply paste it over here. Yeah, something like this. Now we need to copy this to implementations that we simply need to implement a Firebase in our Android app. Now here, once we have done all this thing, click on next, continue to console. Yeah, so here you can see that we have successfully added a iOS and Android app here. Now let's move, and we are going to add some of the packages from the pubdev, because that packages will simply help us to connect a Firebase with our Flutter app, right? So let's move to the pubdev, and here you can see that we need to add some of the packages from the pubdev. So I will simply copy some of the packages, like will copy like Cloud Firestore, which will be the first package, and this package will simply help us to upload the data to the Firestore database. So move to the installing, copy the package from here, and we need to simply paste it in the perspec.ml file something like over here. Now let's move to our second package, which is Firebase Core. Now Firebase Core package will help us to simply connect our Flutter app with a Firebase to get all the core features in our app. Yeah, so that's why this package is been used, and we'll simply paste it in the perspec.ml file. So now let's add our third package, will be a Firebase storage. Now the Firebase storage will simply help us to handle a storage that Firebase provides by using a Firebase storage package. Now we need to copy this package, and we'll simply paste it over here. Now let's move to our fourth package, which is Cloud Firestore. I think so Cloud Firestore is done. Yeah. Now we need to add image picker. Now the image picker will help us to, image picker will help us to simply pick a data from our phone gallery, and we can simply use that image to upload in a Firebase storage. Yeah, so our fourth package is image picker. Now our fifth package, I think so we need a random string. I will tell you the use of random string, like where we are going to use a random string. Like if you have followed my old series, then you already know the use of random string, but if not, then I will simply tell you how to use a random string in a Firebase, right? Now copy this package, and we'll simply paste it over here. Now remove all this package versions from the package you have added, because this will simply help you to, like, if you are using a old version of Flutter, then this packages will take the version accordingly and help you to simply add the features in the app, right? Now let's move to the leaf folder, and in the pages onboarding.dart, and here first thing I'm going to add is a Google authentication. Now to add a Google authentication, we need to move to the Firebase first, but before moving to the Firebase, I need to add a two lines in our main.dart file to simply enable a Firebase in our app. So let's move to the main.dart file, and here we need to simply write async widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized, and we need to write await Firebase Firebase dot initialize app. So these are the two important lines. Please do not forget to add these two lines over in the void main function, because then you can't simply add a Firebase in your app, right? Now let's move to the home.dart here back again. Sorry, not home.dart. We'll move to the onboarding.dart file, and here in the onboarding.dart file, I will simply add a sign in with Google authentication, which is a Google authentication. So for that we need to enable the Google authentication from a Firebase. So let's move to the Firebase first, and we'll simply move to the authentication, and in the authentication let's first click on get started button. Now move to the Google authentication and click on enable button. Use any default email account and click on save. So this will simply enable a Google authentication in your app. Now here comes one main thing. So as you can see that when you simply enable a Google authentication from a Firebase, then you need to do some of the changes in both iOS and Android. So for the iOS, you need to simply download Google service-info.plist again, because there will be some changes on this file, and that changes is very necessary to be add on the Xcode. So let's move to the Xcode first. But before that, if you have the old file, then you simply remove that and rename the file here again. Something like this. Now we'll simply minimize this and we'll simply open an Xcode from here, because we need to add this new file in the Xcode again. Yeah, so here you can see that we have simply open an Xcode. Now let's move and we'll simply shift the file, but before that remove the older file that you have. So I will simply delete this file from here and we'll move to trash, and now I'm going to simply get that file. So where that file is, yeah, here it is. So I will simply paste it over here below the info again and click on finish, and here it is done. So once you have done all this thing, now let's move to the Google service dash info file, and here you can see a reverse client ID. Now you need to copy this reverse client ID from here, then move to the runner, signing and capabilities. Not, we need to go to the info, and in the info you will see the URL types. Move to the URL types, click on this plus button and simply paste that link over in the URL schemes. Now iOS are simply ready to handle a Google authentication. But now let's move for the Android. So for the Android, you can see that it simply says that you need to add SHA1 fingerprint. Now there is a link, a two different link I will say for the Windows and the iOS. So I will simply show you the two links that you can simply run in the terminal file, and through the terminal you can simply get a SHA1 fingerprint, and that fingerprint you can simply add in the project overview. You will go, so here you can see the Android. Now here you will go down and here you can see that it simply says that add fingerprint. Now click on this button and you can simply paste the SHA1 fingerprint over here. Now I will not show you what SHA1 fingerprint I have, because I will also recommend you that to do not share this fingerprint with anyone, because as it name says fingerprint, so it is a very unique ID, and the hackers, or you can say anyone, can simply get the access of your device. So do not share SHA1 fingerprint with anyone. So that is a unique fingerprint. So that's why I won't show you how to simply get SHA1 fingerprint. I will show you the link from which command you can simply get that SHA1 fingerprint, right? So when you will move to a Stack Overflow website, so here you can see that it simply explain how to get a SHA1 fingerprint by using this command. So you can simply use this command and can get a SHA1 fingerprint. Now I will recommend you to use a Stack Overflow website, because this is a best website to simply found any errors if you are getting while developing an app or anything related to a Flutter, right? Now let's close this and now let's move back to the app, move, and we'll simply add a complete backend for our Google authentication. So for that, I will simply move to the leaf folder and will simply create a new folder named services, and inside the services folder I will simply create a new file which will be auth.dart. Yeah, now on this file, first I am going to simply write a class name which is auth methods, and in the auth methods I will do one thing. I will simply write final, and here I will use a Firebase authentication. Now the Firebase authentication, we haven't, I think so, added a Firebase auth package to enable authentication in our Flutter app. So let's move to the pub dev back again because we need to add a Firebase authentication from there. So we here simply search Firebase auth, yeah, and we need to copy this package and we'll simply paste it over here. Where? Over here in the perspec.ml file. Now remove this version from here to simply run this package. Now once you have done all this thing, here I am going to simply write Firebase auth, and we'll write auth is equals to Firebase auth dot instance. Yeah, so this is how we can simply add a authentication. This is just a command to simply add a authentication in this auth method class. And now I am going to simply use a function name which is get current user. Now the get current user function is very helpful because it will simply check that if the specific user have authenticated in the app or not. So that's why we need this function which is get current user, and we'll write auth dot current user. Yep. Now once you have simply wrote this function, now come our main thing, which is a function to write whose name will be sign in with Google, and this function we are simply going to call in our button so that we can simply enable a Google authentication in our app. Now I am going to simply copy the sign in with Google code and will simply paste it over here, and I will show you what all things we are going to upload to the Fire database. I will just try to copy the code for the Google authentication because as I have told you many times, like you don't need to simply remind that code, and I have used a Google authentication many times in my series before. Simply paste a code for sign in with Google as you can see here. Now here you can see that there is a red underline because we have didn't added Google sign in package. So let's move to the pub dev and we'll simply add one more package which is Google sign in. So you can simply also write, I think so it will be a sign in with Google. No, it will be a Google signing. So this is the package that we are going to use. Now copy this package again here and we'll simply paste it in the perspec.ml file. Now simply run this file here again. Now here it is done. Now let's call this here, and here it is gone, and call this too. Yeah, so this is a code we have simply written for a Google authentication. Now let's move, and here I am going to simply write a data that we want to simply upload to the Firestore database. Now here I will use a map to simply upload a data which is a string dynamic, and you already know the use of map, like how and like what is map and how we can simply use a map. If not, I will again suggest you to simply follow a Flutter beginners course that I have simply made for you all. Yeah, now here I have written a map and will write a map name which is user info map. Yeah, now after this I need to simply pass a name which will be a my name, and I will simply write a name like this, like user details dot, and will pass a display name, something like this. Now we can use a exclamation mark, or you can say a null check over here. And next I need to get a user email, so we'll write user details dot, and we'll write an email to simply get a email, user details dot email, something like this. Now next I need to get a user image, so we'll write user details again dot, and we'll write photo URL to get his image. Now I need to also upload a ID, because as I'm going to provide a unique ID to each user, so that I can simply track a user in the Firestore and can send the message to that respective user. So we are going to provide a unique ID to the each user to send the respective message to that user. For an example, if Shyam want to send a message to Divya, if we didn't keep a unique ID over here, so we can't track the user. Now if the Shyam want to send a message to Divya, and for an example, if we don't keep a unique ID, then the app will simply get confused and the message that have been sent by a Shyam to Divya will be sent to a Shruti. So that will be a big problem for us, Shyam. So we don't want our users who are using the app to be in a problem. So let's make the app by providing the unique ID to the each user, right? So we'll write user details dot UID, and this will simply provide a unique ID to the respective user. Now once we have written all this thing, now this is not fixed. When we'll move forward in the app, we are going to add some more things over here, like we need to also add a username and all, but don't need to worry. For now I am keeping this as it is, but later as we move to this series, then I will show you what all things we are going to upload over here. Now let's move, and we'll simply create a function to upload a data to the Firestore database. Now here I will move to the services folder and will simply create a new file name, which will be a database.dart. Now in this database.dart file, first I'm going to write a class name, which is a database methods. Yeah. Now in this database methods, I'm going to first write a future, and here I'm going to simply pass my function name, which is add user. Yeah. And here first I'm going to pass a map, a string dynamic, and we'll simply keep user info map, which is our map name, and we are also going to provide the ID, which is a unique ID that I have shown you now. And here we'll simply write return await Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection, and will simply pass the collection name, which will be the users. Will pass a specific doc ID, which is ID, and will use a set method, and in the set method will simply pass user info map. So this is how we can simply upload a data to the Firestore database. Now let's call this function in auth.dart, and here I will simply write await database methods dot add user, and we'll write user info map, and to pass the unique ID I will simply use user details dot UID. Yeah, something like this. Now we'll use dot then. Now once the data has been successfully uploaded to the Firestore, then we need to simply show the toast message that will simply indicate the user that they have registered successfully, right? So to show that toast message, we are going to use a scaffold messenger. So we'll write a scaffold messenger dot of context dot, and we'll write a show snack bar, and we are going to simply show the snack bar below. So we'll use a snack bar over here, and in the snack bar we need to write a content. For the content we'll use a text widget, and in the text widget I will simply pass a text which will be a registered. I hope that spelling is correct, registered successfully. So I will write successfully. Yeah, so this is the text we are simply going to show. Now here first I need to simply pass a style, so that I can pass a text style to my text that I've used. So let's pass color, which will be simply colors.black, font size, let's increase the font size up to 22.0, and font weight will be simply a bold. So that's why I'm using a style over here, something like this. Now here I can use a background color also, so we'll use background color, and as this is a green signal, I think so if you have followed my old series, then you also know that the reason why I'm saying green signal and a red signal. So it is a positive sign. So that's why green signal, and that's why I'm using colors dot green over here. Yeah. So we have written all the thing that we need to simply execute our authentication with the help of Google. Now let's move to the onboarding.dart file back here again, and in the container where we have wrote, we'll simply first wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I will simply first write my class name, which is auth methods dot, and we'll write our function name, which is sign in with Google. Yeah, so this is just a single line thing, and by using a different class we have used a Google authentication. So this is also a state management, but I keep on saying that what is this state management you have used, etc. So this is also a state management by using a class widget. So by using the class you can also manage a state of Google authentication, and you can see that by just passing a one line over here I can simply add a Google authentication. So this is also a state management, right? Now let's test all the things that I have simply written over here. So I need to simply run the app first, and then I will show you how the Google authentication going to work in my emulator. I have rerun the app successfully. Now before I will test a Google authentication, as you know that we are going to upload a data to the Firestore database, so we need to simply enable a Firestore database from Firebase. So let's move to the Firebase first, and here we'll simply move to the Firestore database, and in the Firestore database I will simply, so it's loading, so wait for a few seconds. Yeah, so now click on create database button and click on next. Click on create button, and it will simply Cloud Firestore will set up your security rules, and in the rules we need to simply change from false to true. Yeah, so move to the rules and we'll simply change from now false to true, and here we'll change false to true and we'll click on publish button. Yeah, so do not forget to change these security rules from here, otherwise it will simply, you can't upload the data to the Firestore database. Now once you have done all this thing, let's move to the our auth.dart file. Now I'm telling auth.dart file because as I've told you that we are going to make some of the changes in the user info map. So let me do that changes over here. Otherwise, we need to simply again use authentication and all the things that will simply complex all the process. Yeah. So here first I want to simply show the username. Now what is an username in this chat app? So in this username, like, we are going to provide a unique username to the each user. Now the reason behind this, so as you know that if you have used Instagram, I know that almost all of them have used a Instagram or they have an Instagram ID. Every user have their own unique username, and when we search that unique username in the search bar, we get that specific user ID. So that same feature I'm going to implement on this chat app. So let's create a unique username for the each user. So for that I need to simply create here a string which will be the username, and we are going to simply get a username. So for an example, if my email ID is shivam22ckp@gmail.com, so I will simply remove @gmail.com from there, and shivam22ckp will be my like a unique username. Yeah, so this is how the unique username works. So I will write string username is equals to, and here I will simply write like user details dot uid, and in the uid, not sorry uid, in a mail I need to use users details dot email. over here and will simply replace. So we need to use a replace all function, and here the replace all function will simply tell what to replace and through which to replace. Yeah, so this is how the replace all function work. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. So it simply says that pass a null check over here. Now we need to simply write that I need to make at the rate gmail.com to space, and we need to just replace it with a space. Now we'll simply get a unique username over here. So this is how our unique username going to work. Now here I will write a username and will simply pass that username. Yeah, so we'll write a username and will simply pass that username. I will simply change my username to uppercase. Now you will ask that why. So I will tell you the reason why we have simply do that. Yeah, now we need to pass a search key. A search key will now help us to simply get a first letter of the our username. Now I am using the search key is because this search key will simply help us to search a specific username in a search bar. Now if you have followed my some of the old series like event booking app, food delivery apps, or I think so recipe app, in most of the app we have used a search bar, and you already know that if you have followed the use of search key. But if not, then I'm simply going to tell you later. Yeah, so now I'm going to get my first letter, so I will simply write a string first letter is equals to, and here first I'm going to get a username dot substring, sorry, a substring. Now the substring will simply give me the string from how much I need to cut that string. So I will start from 0 because I need just first letter of that string, and I just need a first letter from, so I will write 0 to 1, and I need on uppercase, so we'll write dot to uppercase. Yeah, now we need to simply pass that first letter over here, something like this. So this is how we can pass a username and a search key, and these are the two most important things that we need. Now here comes one more thing that we need to add is a shared preference. Now shared preference is something that will simply help us to save the data locally. Yeah, now here in locally we are going to save a name, email, the user picture, his username, so that we can use that thing again and again rather than calling our details from a server. Yeah, so let's move to the perf dev because we need to copy a package name shared pref, shared preference, you can say that. Yeah, so we'll move to the perf dev, and here I will simply write shared preference, shared preference. I hope that spelling will be correct. CE will be, yeah. So here you can see the shared preferences package. Now move to the installing and copy this package, and we'll simply paste it in the perspec.ml file. Now here we need to simply create one file in the shared services folder, which is shared pref, and here I'm going to save the all the commands through which I can handle a shared preference. Now I won't take lots of time by showing you all the code for the shared preference, because I use a shared preference in all of my series. So you already know that how to use a shared preference, so I won't write a complete code for that. Yeah, so let me write the code. So here I have created one class name which is shared preference helper, and in this class I am going to save all the data regarding a shared preference, right? You can see that I have written a complete code for the shared preference. Now here I am telling that if you want to simply pause a video and write a code, you can do that. But if you want to simply get a code, I will simply provide a code link in the description box, so you can simply get a code from there. Now here I have simply try to save a user ID, his name, email, image, and his username. So these are the some data that I will simply save them locally. Now we'll simply call all the thing over here so that I can simply save them all. So I will simply write await shared preference helper dot save, and first I'm going to simply save the user display name. So we'll use user details dot name, display name. Yeah, so this how we can simply save the user display name, or you can say a real name. Now once we have saved the username, we need to simply save his image and all the things that I've simply tell you now. So we'll simply save his email. So let me write all the code regarding that. Yeah, so I have written all the code where we can simply save our data locally. Now we can simply test our app, but before testing the app, I will recommend you to please close the emulator and all and simply rerun the app, complete app again, because we have added some of the packages just now. So it will simply help you to, not me to, help you to save all the data locally and in the Firestore database. Yeah, done successfully. Now we can simply test a Google authentication. So here I will simply press to this sign in with Google button, and here click on continue button, and now I'll simply choose my one of my Google account to simply sign up in the app. Now you can see the message register successfully, and we have successfully registered in the app. So let's move to the Firebase and we'll simply check what all data has been uploaded to the Firestore database. And here we'll simply refresh this page. And you can see a user's collection with a specific document ID, the email that I have used to simply sign up, the unique ID of an user, the image, yeah, the name, you can see my name, the search key, as I've told you, telling you that we'll simply get a first letter which is S, and the username. So this is a simply a username. So if anyone want to have a chat with me, they can simply search this username and can have a direct chat with me. Yeah, so this were all the main things. Now once we have registered successfully, I want to simply push the user to the home page. Now to do that, I need to simply use a navigator function to simply push the user, and we'll use navigator dot push material page route context, and here I will push the user to the home page, here back again. Yeah, you can use a push replacement rather than a push. So you can simply bring a home page in place of onboarding page, and now the user can't go back to the app. Yeah, so that's why you can use a push replacement rather than a push. So these are the thing we need to simply add a Google authentication in the app. So if you haven't hit that like button till now, then what you are waiting for? So hit that like button and show your support. And as I'm noticing that while 80% of you are loving our videos but haven't hit that subscribe button yet, so show your support by hitting that subscribe button, and let's be a part of this awesome Flutter family. So show your support. I know that you have definitely hit that subscribe button. Now let's move, add all the things that we need to simply have a direct chat with any of the users. I have shown you how to save a data locally. Now I will simply use that data that we have simply saved in a shared preference. So for that I need to simply create a string over here, and in the from the shared preference I will simply get the username, the profile pic, his display name and his email. Yeah. So first I am going to create a backend for our chat page. Like I will simply show you how one user can simply send a message to the another user. So to handle that case, I need to simply get my all the data from the shared preference that we have simply saved the data locally. Now here I am going to write a string, and now I am going to write my username. Now here I'm going to write my name and my email. Yeah. So once you have written all this thing, my username, my name, my email, now let's call all the thing from the shared preference. Now I'll simply show you how to get all the data from the shared preference. So here I'll simply create a one function name which will be get the shared pref. Yeah. Now one by one we are simply going to get a data that we have saved in our system, or you can say in the app locally. So here I will use my username to first get my username is equals to, and here I will write await shared preference helper dot get display name, and I will do same for my name, sorry, not display name. I need to get a username, so I will simply call dot get username rather than a display name, because we are simply saving that in a my username string. Yeah. Now I'll simply use my name, and now I'm going to call all the things that we simply need over here. And we need also a profile pic of my, so I will write profile. Rather than profile we can just write like a picture, and we can simply write like my picture, and we can just write my picture over here, and we can simply get it from the shared preference. So we'll again use a shared preference helper dot get my picture, which is get user image. Yeah. So we have called all the things that we need to simply get over here, and we'll simply use a set state. Now in the init state I will simply call the get the shared pref. So as you know that when the app simply launch, a init state is the first function that simply call. Yeah. So that's why I've simply passed get the shared pref over here, something like this. Yeah. So once you have done all this thing, now let's move forward, and here I'm going to simply create one unique ID. Now you will tell that you have simply created a unique ID before for each user, right? But I want to simply provide a unique chat room ID. Now, what is a chat room ID? So, for an example, if there is a conversation that's simply going between a Shyam and Shivam, yeah, so there is some space they need like a chat room where they can simply have a private chats, yeah, between a Shyam and a Shivam, and that chat can't be seen by any of the users. So that will be a specific chat room ID that I am going to provide. So this will help, like when the Shyam want to simply talk to Shivam, they will simply use that chat room ID to go to that chat room and can send the message to Shivam. Yeah. So this is how we need to simply create a unique chat room ID for the each users who are simply talking one to one. Yeah. So here I need to write get chat room, and here I will simply use ID by user name. Yeah. Now here I'm going to pass a string a and b, and in this string a and b I'm going to simply pass my username and the username through which I am talking. The username. You can say that. Yeah. Now, once we have done all this thing, we need to write if a dot substring will start from 0 to 1. So this is how I will simply create a unique chat room ID. So this is a process to create that. Yeah. Now we'll write code unit at index and will simply pass 0 is greater than b dot substring and will pass from 0 to 1 is dot code unit at 0, sorry, 0 not o, and will simply return like dollar sign b, some symbol like this, and again a dollar sign to get a value. So this is how we can simply create a chat room by using a two username of an user. So I will show you how this chat room ID will look alike. Yeah. Something like this. Yeah, so here I have simply wrote a function which is get chatroom ID by user name. Now I need to simply get all the chatroom ID here. So I will write chat room ID. So for that I need to simply create a string which will be a chat room ID, something like this, and here I will write chatroom ID is equals to get chatroom ID by username, and as I've told you I will simply pass my username and the username whom from which user I'm talking. So for my username I will simply pass my username. Now the user through which I'm having a chat will simply get it from a string, like where the user will type all the chats that they can see on the home page, like they simply, like I'm Shivam and I simply tap to the chat like I had with Shyam. Now when I'll tap to Shyam, then I will simply move to the chat page and I need to simply get a Shyam username, right? Now first I need to simply get his name, his profile URL, and you can say we need to also get his username. Yeah, now we need to write a chat page and let's call all this thing one by one, which is name, his profile URL, and his username, something like this. And let's call all this thing. Yeah, so once you have passed this, now we can simply pass the username like as I've told you, and we'll simply write widget.username, something like this. Now once we have get a chat room ID, like a unique chat room ID, now we simply move to the chat page, and once we have moved to the chat page, I want to simply execute a function so that I can have a direct chat, right? Now here you can see that we have added a text field to send a message to that user, right? Now in the text field, to handle a text, we simply enter here we need a text editing controller. So text editing controller will simply add over here, which will be a message controller is equals to new text editing controller, something like this, and we can simply call a message controller over here. So I'll simply write a controller and a message controller here. Now once we handle a text that the user enter on the text field, now we need to simply send this message to the other user that I'm having a chat. So for that we need to simply create one function name which is add message. So here I will write a function name which will be add message, and in this message I first need to pass a bool and will pass sent clicked, and here we'll need to simply pass if message controller dot text is not equals to space. I mean that the text that the user going to enter on the text field. Now let me show what text field I'm talking about. So let's call this and let's pass this space, and when we'll add a backend I will show you what all thing will simply pass over here. I just want to show the text field so that you can simply get clear like what I'm talking about. Yeah, so save all the pages first and let's call the chat page over here. So we'll simply hot restart, and this is a text field I'm talking about. So like when the user will simply enter the text over here, and if this text field is not empty, then we are going to execute a add message function. Now add message function will be called when the user will click to this send button. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. Now we need to simply write a string, and first I need to simply get a message, which will be a message controller dot text. Yeah, and we'll simply, once we send the message, I need to simply like clear this text field so that the user can get a chance to send a next message. So here I will use message controller dot text and will simply blank that text field, something like this. Now here I'm going to simply use one more thing, which is a date time. Now as you know that we have also shown the time when the user is sending their last message over in the home page. So that's why I'm going to use a date time, and we'll simply write date time dot now, something like this. Now we'll need to pass a string, a formatted date is equals to date format, something like this. For date format we need to use an intl package over here. So I will just move to the perspec.ml and will simply write intl and will simply call this package. So this will help us to handle all the things regarding a date format that we need. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. Now let's move to the chat page here again, and here I'm going to simply write a date format, something like this. Now here I need to simply get a date format in hour and a minute form. So I will simply use dot something like this and will pass dot format now. Yeah, now here I'm going to pass a map so that I can simply upload a data to the files to database string dynamic, and will write message info map. Yeah, and this is a message, and here I'm going to simply pass the message that we get, and here we need to simply track like who has sent this message. So if this message has been sent by me, then here I'm going to pass sent by, and here I will simply use my username because I'm clicking this button to execute this add message function. So yes, this message has been sent by me, so I'm using my username over here. Yeah, now here I'm going to use a timestamp so that we can simply track like which is the first message, like first message over here and the other message at the top. I know you have used WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, so you know how the chatting works. Like a newer message simply comes at the bottom with a older message at the top. Yeah, so to track that I need to use a timestamp, and here I'm going to use a time again, and in the time I need to simply just write feed value dot server timestamp, something like this. Now I need to also pass image URL, which will be the image, and here I'm going to simply pass my profile picture, which is my picture, something like this. So once you have done all this thing, here comes one more thing, which is passing a unique ID to the each message that we are sending. Yeah, so for that I need to simply create one string which will be a message ID. Yeah, something like this, and here I will simply write a message ID is equals to random alpha numeric 10, and I will simply pass a unique string to this message ID, and now I am going to simply call one function which is add message, but before that we need to simply write one function name in database.dart file which will be future, and here I will write add message, and here I'm going to simply pass first a unique chatroom ID where I'm going to send this message. So you will think that how I have written all the add message and what is update last message send function has been written over here. Sorry for that, because I was simply recording a video, but I don't know how this recording stops. I am facing this problem, though I'm using a Mac, but the Apple products sometime won't work as the thing demand. But I will fix that, no worries about that. So here you can see that in the add message function, I have simply written like a chat room ID, and we have also passed a message ID which is a unique message ID that I have shown you, and a map. So here you can see that in the collection I have passed a chat rooms. Now in the chat rooms collection we are going to simply show all the chat rooms where the users are going to have a chat, like a Shyam and Shivam will going to have a chat that will be saved in the chat room collection, and they will have a unique chat room ID, and in the collection chats we are going to show all the chats that the that these two users are going to had, right? So this is how we can simply track like all the message that have been done in a specific chat room ID. Now the reason for providing a unique chat room ID to the each chat room is because, for an example, if like Shyam and Shivam having some conversation between them which is like a private and they don't want to share with anyone, like they are two main employees of any company, then we need to simply keep that message private by using a specific chat room ID. Now I don't want that the Shyam should send a message to Shivam, and if we won't keep a unique chat room ID for the each chat room, then that message will be sent to someone else. So that will not make a sense, like when the two users are having a chat. But now think about a same situation if someone is on relationship and our two partner are having a private chat, and if the message has been sent to someone else, then that will simply create a problem to both of that partners. So that's why I need to use a unique chat room ID, and this is one of the most important thing when you are using making a chat app from the scratch. Yeah, so make sure you provide a unique chat room ID to the each chat room where the two users having a chat. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. Now let's move to the chat page, and here I will show you I have simply do one thing, like I've used database methods to call a add message function, and once the data or message has been uploaded to the Firestore database, then I have simply used like last message info map. We again created one map because, as you can see that we need to keep a track of the last message that have been sent on the specific chat room. Now you will think that why to keep a last message track in the chat room. As you know that in the home page we have shown the name and the last message that has been sent here on that chat room. Now to keep the track of the last message that have been sent on that chat room, we need to use a last message info map over here. Yeah, now here when we'll move to database.dart file, I've created one function which is update last message send, and in the collection chat room we keep on tracking like what was the last message. So that's why you can see that I have used this dot update function. So for an example, if the message has been sent like hey how are you, then this will simply hold a message like this was the last message that has been sent on this chat room. Now the user gave a reply like I'm fine. Yeah, so now we need to simply update the last message that have been sent on that chat room. So that's why we have simply used dot update function. So don't need to worry, I will show you how this all the things going to work in the Firestore database. Now let's move to our chat page, and here we need to just write a await. Here again we need to write like database methods dot update last message sent that I've shown you, and we need to again pass a chat room ID and the last message that have been sent. Now once the send is clicked, like if this is clicked, then we need to simply, as I told you, that blank this text field so that the user can get a chance to send a next message. Yeah, so that's why we need to make our message to null, something like this. Rather than null, you can use a space. I guess a space will be much better rather than using a null over here. So we have wrote a complete add message function. Now I will show you how the tracking will be going to work and what is a unique chat room ID. Yeah, so here I have added one of the user whose name is Ayush in our Firestore database. So let me show you what all things I have added in the Firestore database. So here you can see that in the user section, I have simply added one random user with his user email and ID, his image, his name Ayush Sharma, a search key and his username. So this is the username, like a unique username that the Ayush has, through which I can have a direct chat. So this is my ID, that Shivam21, and this is the Ayush ID through which I can have a chat. Now here in the chat up app, we have also added a search option like a execution for our search bar, because as I have already added a search bar many times before on my series, so I don't want to make this video length very long by telling you to all the process for the search bar. I will cover all the things, but the search bar I have like teach more than 10 times before. So here you can see that I have simply added, I will just tell you like what all things I have added for the search bar. So here you can see that I have added one function name initiate search that will be simply called when the user will start typing on this text field. And as you can see that in the text field, I have simply called wrote one controller, a search controller that will simply handle a text that the user enter on the text field, and in the onChanged method I have simply called a initiate search function and I have simply changed the value to uppercase. Now here you can see that I have passed onChange function. So the onChange function will simply do that. So for an example, if I will start typing on this text field, the onChange function will simply get called in the text field and the initiate search function will going to work. Now initiate search function will simply search the user by using the search key that we have passed. So that's why I have passed a search key over here. So this is the advanced searching that I'm going to use in the chat app, because this will help you to simply make your app more user friendly. Like when I will start like A, then it will show me all the users name that start with A, like Ayush, or let's keep like Anamika. So all the users whose name starts with A. You have seen this same feature in an Instagram. So we are using that exact feature in our chat up app. Yeah. So this is a search key that going to work, and here in the home page you can see that I have passed a element username. So I need to get a username. I will show you how this search function will work over here. And here in the search you can see that if the search is true, like if I am searching any of the username and search becomes true, then it will show me all the list name that starts with that letter, right? So this is how the search function going to work. Now let me show you the example. So here you can see that let me call the Ayush 356 username here in the app. So I will simply write AY, and you can see that it shows me the username that starts with AY. So in our backend, there is one username whose name is Ayush Sharma. So here you can see Ayush Sharma and his username Ayush356. So here it simply shows the username and his image. So these are all the things that we can simply do through the search bar, and I have added this search bar. And if you want to get a code. As I have told you, I have simply pasted a link in the description box. You can get it from there. Now let's move, and here where we have shown this card. So this is a card that I'm talking about, a container thing. You can see now, once this container have been shown, now when the user will tap to this container, they will directly move to the username, right? No, no, sorry, not username, to a chat page where they can have a direct chat with Ayush. So Shivam and Ayush can have a direct chat. Now to execute that, now I'm going to show how to write that thing. So first I will do one thing, like I need to make a search to false, and because once we move to the chat page, then we don't need a search feature, so we'll simply tell to search to become false. Yeah, now here we need to simply create a unique chat room ID that I've told you. So their chat room ID will be created between Ayush and Shivam, because I've searched a Ayush username over here. Yeah. So to execute that, I need to simply get a chat room ID by username function that we have simply wrote in a chat page. So I'll simply copy this function from here and will simply paste in the home page, something like this. Yeah. Now once we have simply pasted this function, now I need to write a var, and here I will use a chat room ID to get my unique ID first. Then I will move to the chat room. So first I will get my ID, like I will ask the app what is my unique chat room ID, give me, so that I can have a private chat with Ayush. Yeah. So I will write my username. So I'll first pass my username. Now we need to get a username from shared preference. So I think so we need to copy all this thing from here. Not all this thing we need exactly, but oh, I have already pasted this. So why I paste it again? Sorry for that. I'll simply paste it over here. We don't need message controller, so we'll remove this. I need some strings, so I'll copy this strings. I think so from here will be okay. We'll paste it over here. We'll call the shared preference. Now we don't need this, so I'll remove this from here. Maybe later, I don't know now if we need. And here I will simply pass my username, which is my username. Now once I have passed my username, I need to pass like the Ayush username through which I'm going to have a chat. Yeah, so I will write Ayush username. So through the data, I will simply call this text field, which is a username, and that username will be simply passed over here. Yeah, so through the data function, we are going to do that, right? Now here, I'm going to simply create a map, a string, a dynamic. Now here a chat info map, something like this, and here, so in the chat info map, we are going to show what all users are going to have a chat in this chat room. So the chat room will be for me and Ayush. So here I will write my username first. So and the username through which I'm going to have a chat. So that's why I will simply write other user name, something like this. Yeah, so here it is. Now once we have done all this thing, we need to simply create a chat room. Now to create a chat room, I need to simply write a function name which will be a create chat room. Yeah, so to write this function, I need to move to the database.dart file, and here I need to simply write one function name which is create chat room. Yeah, and now I need to simply pass a string, a chat room ID first. So I will write chat room ID, and here I am going to pass a map string dynamic again. So I will write string dynamic and a chat room info map, something like this. Yeah, a sync, and a final, I will write final snapshot is equals to. Now you will think that why I've written a snapshot. Now, the snapshot is something that will simply help us to read each document that have been stored in the specific collection. So that's why I've used a snapshot, and we'll write await, and we'll write Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and here I'm going to pass a collection name which is chat rooms, and in the doc I'm going to pass a unique username which is a chat room id username. I mean to say a unique chat room id, and through the get we are going to simply get the id first. Then once we have get this, like, this snapshot will simply check that if the specific, like for example, if I search Ayush here, yeah, now if I have like already haven't chat with Ayush before, now I want that I need to simply go to that specific chat room to have a chat between Ayush and Shivam. Like we have a previous chat before. Now I don't want to simply create a new chat room. So like Ayush and Shivam has haven't chat 2 days back. Now I again search Ayush in this app over here, and I'm clicking to this ID. Now I want to simply move to the same chat room. I have a direct chat with Ayush before, like 2 days back. Then I want that I need to simply move to the new chat room ID. So this will simply keep a track, like we need to send the user to that chat room ID that they haven't chat before. So it will check that if they haven't chat before or not. So that's why now I'm going to simply use a if condition, and will simply check that if snapshot exists, like if that chat room exists, like if Ayush and Shivam haven't chat before or not. So if they haven't chat before, then we'll simply pass return true, yes they haven't chat before, I don't need to create a chat room. So create chat room function will not execute over here, and it will not create a new chat room. I hope it is much clear. Now if they haven't have a chat before, then we are going to simply pass return, and in the return I'm going to simply create a new chat room for them. I hope that, because I'm trying my best to explain you all, so this is how I can be, how vocally I can explain you, and I hope that you can understand all this thing. Now if you have any doubt or anything, you can simply comment me in the comment box, and if you want to show your support, hit that like button, because for this work you can hit that like button and be a subscriber of this channel by hitting the subscribe button and be a part of this awesome Flutter family. So we'll write dot doc, and here I will simply pass that chat room ID dot set, and here I'm going to simply pass a chat room info map, something like this. Yeah, so here it is. Now we can simply call this over here. So I will write await here again. So for that, yeah, we already passed an async. So we'll write database methods dot. Why I'm facing a problem, because I have wrote inside a bracket. I need to write outside a bracket, something like this. Yeah, now we need to simply write dot create chat room, and we already passed a chat room ID, and here I'm going to pass this map that we have written, which is chat info map, something like this. So once the chat room is created, or it will simply check that if the chat room exists, then don't create, and if it is, then create. And once we have done all this thing, we'll directly push the user to a which page, a chat page. So here I am going to push the user to the chat page context, and now we'll simply push the user to the chat page, something like this. And now I need to simply pass the name of an user that I'm going to have in chat, and in the profile user URL I'm going to send his image. So we'll use data and his image, and a username where I'm going to pass his username. So we'll write data and his username. So we'll use username, something like this. Yeah, so this is all the things that we need to simply do for our create chat room thing. Yeah, I hope it is very clear for you. Now we have written lots of code. Now let me show you what all thing I'm talking about. Yeah, so let's simply hot restart the app first. Now I will simply want to have a chat with Ayush. So I will simply search Ayush username. Now I'll click to this Ayush Sharma username, but we will face some error over here. It simply says that null check error. Null check error is because I think so I haven't passed that in the init state. Yeah, I am right. In the init state, make sure you pass the get the set pref function. Yeah, now let hot restart the thing again, and now I will write Ayush Sharma. Yeah, now I'll simply click to this, and null is not a subtype of string, so we are getting something null over here. Let me see what we are getting in null over here. Yeah, so the null thing was coming because here you can see that we have passed small n over here rather than capital N, because in the text field you can, like in this field, you can see that the name is written capital and we have simply passed a small over here. So that was simply making a mistake. Now this is also important thing when you are making an app with a Firebase. Make sure your field name should be exact what the field name you have passed over here. Don't do mistake just like me. Yeah, I hope you are much smarter than me. Yeah, now here I will search again Ayush Sharma over here. Now I'll simply tap to this ID, and now we have successfully moved to the chat page. But here this is just a UI, we haven't changed anything, but our this function is working, I guess. Or let's move to the first to the chat page, and here first I will show you like this home.dart page how this function work that I was telling you. Like if there would be no chat room, then it will create a chat room. So this is a first chat that I'm trying to have with Ayush. So there would be a chat room that have been created in the Firebase. I know you are excited, so let's see that. So we'll move to the Firebase. You can see that a chat room collection has been created, and this is a chat room ID I am talking about. So this is a unique ID, and this unique ID has been created. So this is how the unique ID going to work, and the users that going to have a chat in this chat room ID is Shivam and Ayush. So this is my username and this is Ayush username. Now you have seen how we can simply create a chat room ID, and through this chat room ID now I can simply have a direct chat. Yeah, now let's move to the chat page, and here where we have created a send button, we'll simply wrap up with a gesture detector first, and in the on tab we'll simply call our function which is add message, and send clicked will be simply true. Yeah, because we have clicked this. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now once we have done all this thing, now let's check this and let's send our first message to Ayush. So here I will simply just write hello Ayush. Ayush, how are you, boy? How are you? Now we'll simply send a message to Ayush, and let's see if it works. So the mistake was that here in the chat rooms, the first C was I have written was capital, and here you can see that it simply create another chat rooms collection, and the chat room that we want to simply respond is this chat room. So that's why I am keep on telling that please make sure that you write all the correct collection names, because it will simply throw the error if you write a wrong collection name over here. So I will simply change the capital to small here, and now I'm simply going to remove the old collection that has been created, and I will simply remove and will paste and will delete. Yeah, so here it is. Now let's search Ayush first. So I'll simply hot restart the app, and here I will simply write Ayush Sharma, and here it is. Now I move to the chat, and here I'm going to send a first message to Ayush which is hello, how are you? Yeah, Now we'll simply send the message, and the message has been sent. Now let's check to the Firebase like what all data we simply get in the Firestore. So here we'll move to the chat rooms collection, and as I've told you, this is a unique chat room ID that where the Shivam and Ayush can have a private conversation. And here you can see that the last message that I was talking about, that we need to simply keep a track. So here you can see that the last message that have been sent on the chat room is hello, how are you, and who have sent this message. It has been sent by me, so that's why it simply shows my username. It also shows a time when I have sent this message. Now let's move to the chats collection, and here you can see that it simply create a chats collection, and this is ID, and here you can see the message that I have simply sent to Ayush, and this simply show my username and the time when I have simply sent this message. Now when I'll add the second message like I am fine, and will send the second message, and here you will see that the last message has been updated from how are you to I am fine. So this is how this thing works, and this is how the message has been sent. So we'll simply keep on updating the last message that I was keep on telling you to simply show the last message in the home page, right? I hope it is much clear. Now when we are sending the message, we want to simply show the message over here that have been stored in the Firebase. So we will do that by using a stream builder. Yeah, so let's move to the chat page.dart file, and here first we'll simply close all the functions that we have simply created. Now here we'll simply create one widget which is a chat message, and as I've told you that this will be like showing all the message by using a stream builder. So here I will simply pass a return, something like this. Now to use a stream builder, first I need to simply create a stream over here. So I'll simply write a stream, a message stream. Now this is a stream. I hope that if you have followed my old series, then you already know the use of stream builder, because I have used many times before on my course. But if not, then I'm going to simply teach you here. So I'll simply create one stream builder, and in the builder I need to simply pass and context a sync snapshot, and we'll write a snapshot. Now I've already told the use of snapshot, like it will help us to read each document that present in that collection. Yeah, so we need to simply read a chat room collection. Yeah, so let's move to the Firebase first, and here you can see that we need to simply read a chat room collection, then the specific chat room ID, then the chats collection, and all the chats we need to simply show in the chat page, right? So here I need to simply first return, and in the return I need to just write snapshot dot hash data. Now you will think that why I passed a hash data. Now the hash data function will simply check that if the chat room have a respective chats or not to display. Yeah, so it will simply first check, then it will going to display. Now the display will be in the form of list view dot builder, and in the item builder I need to simply pass a context and a index. Now here in the context index I need to simply do one thing over here, which will be like if the snapshot has data, then we'll show the list builder, list view dot builder, but if not, then we need to just show the blank. So we'll use just a container over here. Yeah, something like this. I hope it is much clear. Now in the context index I need to simply item count first, because I need to keep a count like how much document present on that respective collection. So here I need to simply pass an item count, and in the item count I just need to write snapshot dot data dot docs, and will simply track the length. So I'm using snapshot dot data dot docs dot length. Yeah, so after it is, we need to also pass a reverse to true. Now the reason for passing a reverse to true is because, as I have told you, that we are going to show the new message from the bottom rather than a new message from the top. I hope you are getting what I'm trying to explain. Like if you have used Instagram or WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger, then you already know that what I'm telling about. Like a new message will be shown over here rather than over here. Now if you don't pass a reverse to true, the new message will be shown something over here in the top position. So that's not how the chat feature works. Yeah, so this is how. Now we need to pass one more main thing, which is a stream. We haven't passed a stream, so we need to call a stream first, which is a message stream. Yeah, so here first I need to create one more widget, which is chat message style. Now what is a chat message style? So we need to keep on track, like which message has been sent by me and which message has been sent by the other user, because the message has been sent by me will be shown in the different color, as you can see over here and at the right side of the screen, and the message that have been sent by other user will be on the different color and to the left side of the screen. So we need to simply keep a track, like which message has been sent by me and by the other user. So that will help us to make this chat app. So chat message style will simply handle this case. So here I am going to simply create widget and one more function, which will be a chat message type. Yeah. Now here I am going to simply pass a string, first a message and a bool, and we'll simply check that if the message has been sent by me or not. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. Now here I will simply pass first inside a bracket a return, and in the return I'm going to simply pass a row. Now in the row, what I'm going to do, that here I will tell that first let me pass the children, and in the children I need to simply show the flexible widget. Now the reason for using a flexible widget over here is because now the flexible widget will do one thing, like if the message length is very long, then we need to simply keep a track, like how much this size of an blue container will be. Like hello, how are you? So there are 4 words. Now if there will be 5 words, then container size should be increased. So that's why, to provide the flexibility, we are going to use a flexible widget. Now here we need to use a container here again, and in the container we need to pass an padding as in set dot all. We need to just pass an 16. Yeah, so here it is, and a margin will write edge insect dot symmetric, and here we need to simply pass horizontal 16 and a vertical up to 4, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, we can simply pass a decoration, a box decoration. Now in the box decoration I need to simply pass a different border radius and also a color. Now border radius will be something like this. We'll write border radius dot only from the top left. So you can see from the top left, if the message is sent by me, it is also in the circular form, and if not, it is also in the circular form. So both the case is true. So we'll just pass radius dot circular, and let me check what circular radius we have passed over here, which is 30. So I can simply pass 30, or let's keep it 24, I guess. Yeah. Now from the bottom right, the bottom right is this case. So if the message is sent by me, I don't want to provide border radius, and if not, then I want to provide a border radius. Yeah, so we'll simply check that if the message has been sent by me. If yes, then we'll simply send the radius circular to 0, because I don't need a border radius. Now if the message is not sent by me, I need to simply provide a border radius, which will be a circular 24. I hope it is much clear, because it is very easy to understand, like if the message has been sent by me, how to handle that case, and if not, then how to handle that case. Right now we need to pass a radius circular, and we'll keep 24, and here we need to pass from the bottom left, and we'll simply keep on checking, like if the message sent by me, then we'll use a radius dot circular 24, and here we'll pass radius dot circular 0, something like this. Now here we have done all the case that we want to handle, not all the case, just for the border radius. Now we need to also change a color of a container if the message has been sent by me or not. So here I will simply check that if the message sent by me, I need to simply show the color on this color. So let's get that color first, and if not, then let's pass this color. Yeah. Now here I need to simply pass a child first, and we need to use a text widget, and in the text widget I need to simply pass a message that we need to show. Yeah. Now we can use a style, a text style. Now in the text style I need to simply pass the color, which will be a colors dot white. Font size, let's pass up to 15.0, and font weight will be, let's pass, I think so we can pass bold, I guess it will be okay. Now if we want we can increase a size maybe later. Now we can simply call a chat message style over here. So we'll simply write return chat message style, and we need to simply pass first a message. So here I'm going to get this message, like you can see this text field which is a message. So here I will just write ds, and not ds, yeah, we need to write a ds because we are getting a document result from each document from a chat collection. Yeah, so this is a collection which is a chats, and this is our all the documents, and we need to simply get sent by and a message from each document. Yeah, so these are all the documents. Now here we need to simply keep a ds. So here I will use like document snapshot ds equals to, and we'll write snapshot dot data, dot data dot docs, and here we'll keep our index something like this. Yeah, and we'll now ds, and we need to write exact field name which is message. So I'll just write a message, and here we need to keep a track. So here I will copy this text field again, not a text field I'm telling a text field but a field. Yeah, so here I'll write ds, and if the username simply gets matched with my username, so we need to simply pass that case. If equals to, then we need to use a ds, and we need to simply check that if it is true. So that's why I've simply passed a bool case above. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. Now we need to simply get all the data first from a Firebase. So for that we need to simply create a function in database.dart file. So here let's move, and here we need to simply write a future. Now in this future I need to simply first get a data from the stream. So I will write stream, and here I need to just write a query snapshot, and here we'll simply write get chat room messages, something like this. Now here I need to simply pass our chat room ID. So I will simply just write a chat room ID. Yeah, and now I need to pass async await, and here I will just pass first return, and here you can pass await firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and in the collection we need to simply first write our, now don't make a mistake with a capital and small c. Now make sure it should match what you have written over here. So let me check it again. I think so I was making a mistake again. Yeah, chat rooms dot doc, and we need to simply pass chat room ID. So chat rooms, we move to the ID. Now a chats collection, so we'll again create one collection which is chats. Now once we get a chat collection, now we need to simply read all the document. Now we need to also order by with a type that we have passed over here, because as I've told you that the message will be shown in the form like a sequence, because if we simply show a random message in the chat room, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, like some message has been sent in 11 a.m, then we'll simply show that message in 8 p.m, then that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so that's why I need to order that collection, so we'll pass order by, and here I need to simply pass a type, and we'll tell that to simply show in the descending order, and we'll simply pass a true, and here we'll simply pass dot snapshot. Yeah, dot snapshot, as I have already told the use of snapshot over here. Yeah, so here once we have done all this thing, now let's move, and here we'll move to the chat page back again, and now I'm going to simply call this function that we have written. Yeah, so for the function I need to simply write one function name, which is get and set message. Yeah, now we need to pass async message stream is equals to await database methods dot get chatroom message, and here I need to simply pass a chatroom ID. We can use a set state. Now we need to simply call this in the init state. Yeah, so what I'm thinking that let's call on the load function over here, and here first I will simply call, like I need to write a async first over here, then I need to write an await get the shared pref, and here I need to then call a get and set message. Yeah, now we can use a set state, and now we can directly call on the load function. So here it is. Now we can simply call this chat message widget in our here over here. So first I need to simply pass the username, so we'll write widget.name. So here you can see the name, which is Ayush Sharma, through which I'm having a chat. Now where we have written this, I need to simply remove all the thing that we have just created, and a size walk also. Now here I will simply write a chat message, and I need to simply wrap up with a container, and here I'm going to simply pass the height media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 2 or 6 is 1.5. You can set it according to your need, like how you want to simply show that. So let me see what fit best. I think so this much height is okay. Now we can simply hot restart the app, and let's check how we will simply get our data. So here I will simply search Ayush Sharma, and here we'll move to the chat, and here you can see hello, how are you? I am fine. Yeah, so this is how we can simply handle the case. Like you can see the message that have been sent by me, but you will notice that we need to simply pass a main, because we haven't passed like how to simply shift a message. Once the message has been sent by me, then I need to simply show in the right position. So we'll use main axis alignment, and we'll write main axis alignment dot end if the message has been sent by me is true. Yeah, and if not, then the main axis alignment will be simply at start. Yeah, something like this. Now you can see that it looks good. Now if I will simply say that hello Ayush, yeah, so here you can see that I can simply send a message, and that message has been shown over here. So this is how the chatting feature going to work. Now if you want, you can increase or decrease a font size according to your wish, like how you want to simply design all the thing. And if you want a more border radius, you can also do that. Up to your need. Yeah, so here it is, and now I can simply send a message to a Ayush. Yeah, so this is how the chatting feature going to work. And now our chat page is not done. I know it is not done because the audio and the image part is still left over here. So let's move and let's make this two thing first in our chat page. So here I have done some of the changes, or you can say I have added some of the functionalities to simply activate the sound recording, or you can say a voice note that the user going to send to the other user, and the image. So let me explain you what all things I have added in the chat page. So here, when you will move above, you will see that I have added one function name initialize. Now the initialize function will do one thing. It will simply open the recorder that you have, and it will also ask a permission that we want to simply access the microphone of this device, right? So as you know that to access a microphone and send a voice note, we need to ask a permission from the device to access that, right? Without a permission I can't access the microphone. So that's why I have written one function name request permission, and that's why we have added one of the package name permission handler that I have talking about. Yeah, so this was the reason for adding that package and writing this function name, which is a request permission. Yeah, now here you can see that I have written one more function, which is start recording. So start recording function will be called when the user will tap to this mic button, and once this mic button will be activated, it will simply start recording the audio file, and you can also stop the recording once you have simply think that we have recorded all the thing that we need to simply send. Yeah, so once you do all this case, you can simply call this upload file function, and in the upload file function will simply show the toast message first that your audio is uploading, so please wait. And here you can see that I have been using Firebase storage. Now I know that you will tell that Firebase storage is not free, but as we are going to handle audio and images, so that's why I'm going to use a Firebase storage, and through the Firebase storage we can simply access the audio and images file that we upload and send to other user. So let's move to the Firebase first, and here you can see the storage, and in the storage make sure that when you will move to the rules section, then in the rules section simply change the rules from false to true. Yeah, so once you will do these changes, then you can simply upload the data to the Firebase storage. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. Now once you have done all this thing, here we have written a code to upload that audio file that has been recorded, because the audio file will be first uploaded to the Firebase storage, then it will be appeared in the form of the link. So here you can see that I have created one string which is download URL, and in this URL we will get one link and a data. Now you will see that I have added one more field which is data. Now the reason for data, and we have also added this field in the message where we are uploading a message. So let's close this first and let me show you. Yeah, so here you can see the message. Now here when the user will send a message, we'll track that yes, it is a message. Now when the user will upload audio, we'll simply change the data to audio, because we'll tell that it is an audio. So we need to keep on track like what user is sending by using this option, so that we can simply show that over here. Now I will show you how this data field is very important on this Firebase, and how we can simply track our data. So yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now this was a function for upload file, and here you can see that I have created one dialog box. Now when I tap to this open recording, or you can say the mic button, you will see that this dialog box appear, and it simply says that add voice note. Now I'll simply click to the start recording button, and my recording will automatically start, and once the recording is done, I can simply upload the audio. Now this is an emulator, so that's why it don't have any recording feature like voice recording feature. So that's why start recording function won't work over here. So when I'll test this app on the real device, yes, we are going to test this app on the real device also, and I will show you how to use this recording function. Now we have added one more thing, which is image. Like as you can see, as I've told you that we will also upload the image. Now for the image, I have just written some of the functions over here, like file selected image. Now as I've told you that I have used image picker and pick the image from the phone gallery functions and all many time before in my series, so I don't want to show that code and make this video long. So that's why I've simply wrote image picker function, and just a function like here you can see uh, upload image, where you can simply upload the image. So this is a function to upload the image. Yeah, so if you want to simply write a code, you can pause a video, and if you want to simply get a code, I will simply provide the link in the description box. You can simply get a code from there, no worries about that. Now I'll show you how the upload image function will going to work over here. So now here you can see that I am having a chat with Ayush, and I have sent one message hello, and the second message how are you. Now I want to simply send the image from a phone gallery. Now the Ayush asked me that I want an image of the watch you are wearing. So I want to simply send him the watch image. Now I'll simply type to this attach file icon, and here it simply opens my phone gallery, and now I can simply click to this watch option or watch image, not option, and here you can see that it simply shows your image is uploading, please wait. Yeah, now let's check to the Firebase, and let's check what we will simply get over here there. Yeah, so here we'll move to the Firestore database, and here we'll move to our specific chat room ID where I am having a direct chat with Ayush. So here move to the chats collection, and here you can see that 3 document has been created. Now it is a message, so that why it's showing a message. Now this is also a message. Now I've sent an image, so here you can see that data has been changed from message to image to indicate it as an image. Now in the message you can see that there is a link. Now let me open this link first, and I will show you. Yeah, so here you can see that this is the image that I've just uploaded from my emulator, and we have simply get over here. Now in the last message you will see that image, it simply says that image has been sent by the user. Now you can see that once I've sent the image, the link of an image has been shown over here, but we don't want to send a link of an image to that user. We need to simply send them the image rather than showing the link. So that's why I was telling that how data is necessary here. So now we need to do some of the changes to simply show the image over here, and same for the audio file. Yeah, here you can see that it simply shows an image rather than a link. So let me explain you what all thing I have done over here. So in the chat message style where we have shown our chat message, here you can see that I have passed our data. Now the data, as I have explained you, the data will keep a track like it is an image, it is an audio, or it is a message has been sent by the user. So it will simply keep a track like what have been sent by the user. Yeah, so then we need to simply pass a data that we simply get over here. So this is the data that I'm talking about. Now once we have passed and data over here, now we need to simply check that if the data is equals to image. Now if the data is image, then we need to simply show the image over here. Now if the data is audio, then I will simply show the audio icon to play that audio. Now I need to simply add some more features in this to allow the user to play that audio. I will show you how I will do that. Now if the text is a message, now the message will be simply sent. So for an example, now if I will send a message like how it is, tell me how it is. Yeah, now I'll simply send this message. Now I will send one more image like of this watch, and here it simply says your image is uploading, so please wait. Yeah, and here you will see the image that, yeah, now here you can see that the image appears, and this image I have simply sent to the Ayush. So this is how we can simply send an image to the respective user, and this image will be uploaded to the Firebase storage, and then it will be simply shown in the Firestore database. Yeah, so this is how we can send an image. Now let's move and we'll simply create one more thing, which is our audio player screen. And in the audio player screen we need to simply pass the audio file so that the user can simply play that audio file. Yeah, but as it is just an emulator, so That's why I won't show you. When we'll simply test the app on the real device, then I'll show you how this audio file going to work. So now let's move, and in the home page I'm going to simply show all the chats that the user have done over here in the chat up home page. So here we need to simply call all the room IDs that simply match with my username. Yeah, so if any of the room chat room ID that simply match with my username, we are going to simply show that in the home page. So as you know that when we need to simply read a documents from a Firebase, we need to use a stream builder, right? So here we need to write a stream builder here again, and here first I am going to create a stream which will be chat room streams. So here I will write chat rooms, and here I will write chat room stream, something like this. And here we have simply created a stream. Now I can simply create a function to show all the chat room list where I have a chat with any of the users. So here I will just write chat room list, something like this. Now first I need to simply write a widget over here, and in the widget here I need to do one thing. I need to simply pass a return, and in the return I need to write a stream builder. As I told you, we need to simply call a stream builder, and here I need to pass a context, and in the context we need to write async snapshot. Yeah, so here it is, and we need to simply return, and in the stream I'm going to simply pass a chat room stream. So I'll write a stream and a chat room stream. Now in the return I need to simply check that if the chat rooms have the respective documents or not. Like if I haven't talked any of the users till now, then it will simply show here the blank, and if I have a chat with any of the users past before on this app, then I will simply show all the chats in the home page, right? So we need to simply check that by using snapshot dot has data, and here we'll simply use a list view builder to show all that. Yeah, now in the item builder I need to simply pass a context index, and once the data is there, then we'll show that through list view builder, and if not, then we'll just use a container, something like this. Yeah, so here it is. Now in the list view builder, first I need to simply pass a padding, and just pass a padding edge insert dot 0, and it will simply like remove all the unknown space from a list view builder. And here I need to simply pass an item count, so that I can simply count all the documents that present in a respective collection, not a document. Yeah, so we'll write docs dot length, something like this, and we need to simply pass a sync and wrap to true, and here we need to pass a document snapshot ds is equals to snapshot dot data dot docs, and here we need to just pass an index, something like this. Now here we need to create one more thing, which is a chat room tile. Now the chat room tile, here you can see the container. Now the container we are going to simply pass in a chat room tile, you can say chat room list tile. So here once again we are going to simply create one more stateful widget, which will be a chat room tile. Yeah, so here I will just write a stateful widget, and in the stateful widget we'll just pass here a chat room list tile, something like this. Yeah, now here I can simply pass a scaffold. Now here I think so rather than passing a scaffold, we can simply show this container that we have just made for the UI, and here I need to simply copy this complete thing from here where we have written something over here. So I'll copy this material widget, and will simply paste it something over here. Where? Over here in the body, and I simply paste it over here. Now once we have done all this thing and we have shown a container, we can show the data now by using a profile pic URL name, username and his ID. So here, like, you can see that it simply shows a Shyam image over here with a Shyam name and what message he has sent to me. Now I don't have a Shyam image. Now I need to simply track, like I need to go to the users collection, and here I need to simply first track all the collection where the Shyam has a data to simply get his pick and show that pick over here. I hope you are getting what I'm trying to explain. So that's why I'm simply going to create one string. Now in the string, I'm going to simply store the profile pic. So I will just write profile, and here I will write profile pic URL, and I will just pass a space. Yeah. Now I'm going to simply get his name, his username and his ID. Yeah, so we need to pass all this thing to get the details about a Shyam. Now I'm taking an example of Shyam, but there will be a number, like so many users. You can have a chat like 50 users, then we need to simply get a 50 users profile pic over here to simply show in the chat page, right? Now here I will just create one more function, which is get this user info, and this function will simply help us to get the user info. And here I just need to pass an async, and will pass username equals to widget dot chatroom id. Now I think so I haven't created a chatroom id, so first we need to simply get some details over here in this widget. So first I'm going to create a string, and in the string first I'm going to get a last message that have been sent to Shyam. Yeah, the chatroom ID, my username and a time. So these are all the details that we need to simply pass over here, and we need to simply call all this by using chat room list style. And here we need to simply use this dot chatroom ID, this dot my last message, username, and same for time. Yeah, we need to also show the time, that's why I'm using string time over here. And we need to simply pass a required function because we need all this data to execute a thing. Yeah, so once you have written all this thing, we can simply just write widget dot chatroom id dot replace all. So you can see that here in the chat rooms, the two users whose ID are something like this, like the first username through which I'm going to have a chat, then a dash, or you can say underscore, then a Shivam, which is a my username. So this is how the username chatroom ID has been created. Now to get a Ayush detail from the user's collection, I need to simply get his username, and will simply match that username over the user's collection to get his pick. So I will simply match that if any of the document that present in the user's collection match with this username or not. I hope you are getting what I'm trying to tell. So this we need to do because I need to get the Ayush image over here. So here first I will simply match the username, and then I will simply get his image. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now that's why I'm writing this function to first get his name from the chatroom ID, then I'm going to match that ID. Yeah, so here I will just write replace all, and here I will simply pass a underscore, and in the underscore I will just replace a underscore with a space. Yeah, you can just like write the chatroom ID and can replace all the thing. You will get what I'm trying to explain. And the replace all, where my username is there, just replace it with a space. Yeah, to get the other username. This is just to get the other user username. Now I'll just write a query snapshot is equals to await. Now here I need to simply create one function to match the data. So here I will move, and here I'm going to simply create one function which is get user info. So let's move to the database.dart file, and here I'll simply create one function which will be a future a query snapshot, and we'll just write get user info, something like this. And here I need to simply pass the username that I want to search, and here I'll just write async return. I first need to return await, and here I just need to write firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and here I need to simply pass the collection that I want to match, which is users collection dot where, and this dot where function will simply first match the username that I want to keep a track. I hope that it is very easy for you to understand, but if not, I will recommend you to simply write a code. Don't simply watch this video just like a movie. I will tell that simply code along with me, because this will help you to just like code, and if you will write, you will get to know what I'm trying to explain. And if you simply watch this video just like a movie, then you can't get a single thing, because this is a code. This is not like you simply run ABCD. So this is a code. When you will simply code, you will get to know what I'm telling about. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now we need to simply just write username is equal to, and we'll simply match the username, and we'll simply get that details. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now here we'll write database methods dot get user info, something like this. Now once you have done all this thing, I can simply get a name. Yeah, so for the name I just need to write a snapshot. You know that what snapshot does. I won't repeat it again. Yeah, now we'll just write a query snapshot dot docs, and we'll simply get the name. So here I'll just write a field name which should be exact this field name. So I'll just write a name, something like this. And once we have done all this thing, we need to simply get the profile and his ID, something like this. Yeah, so here I need to get his profile pic, and just write the field name which is image, and I just write image over here, the ID, and we'll simply get the ID. So this is the ID that I'm trying to get over here. Yeah, and we just need to pass a set state. Now in the init state, I can simply pass get user info, something like this. Now here it is done, I guess, and we have wrote all the thing to simply get the user image over here. Now we can simply pass all the detail over here. Now the image will be in the form of the link, so that's why I'm going to do one thing. Now we'll just write profile pic URL is equals to space, then we'll just show circular progress indicator, and once we get an image, we can use a clip react, and rather than image.asset, we'll pass network, and we'll just write profile pic URL here. I hope it is clear. Now we can pass same, which is a username over here, which is rather than username, we need to pass a name. Yeah, name like this. I hope that we are getting a username over here. Yeah, you just need to pass a name rather than username, a last message, which is a last message. So we just need to write widget dot last message, and we need to also show the time. So we'll write widget dot something like this. Yeah, so I hope we have written all the thing. Now we need to simply call the chat room tile form here. Where here where here, where we need to simply return it first. So we'll write return chat room list. I'm calling chat room style over here. Yeah. So for that I need to pass ds.id because this is the ID that I'm trying to get. Here the ID will be displayed, and the last message that we want to simply show. So then ds last message, my username will be as it is, and for the time we are going to show this time, which is last message sent timestamp. So we'll write ds, we'll paste it exactly, and here it is. Yeah, so we have simply shown all this details. Now here we haven't called the function to show that the collection, so we need to simply create that function to show that. Yeah, so for that I need to move to the database.dart file, and here I need to just write a future, and we need to just write a stream. Now in the stream I need to just write a query snapshot. We need to just write a query snapshot, and here we need to just write get chat rooms. Yeah, and we need to write async, and here we need to pass a string first, and the string I need to first get my username is equals to await shared preference helper dot get username. Yeah, and we can simply return by using await firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and here I need to simply pass chat rooms, which is this collection. So let's copy this collection and we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll write dot order by, and we need to pass time descending, and we need to make a descending to true, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, we can pass dot where. Now I'm writing this function because I need to simply move to the users list and check that which users list have my username, and we need to just show that all chat room ID over here. Yeah, so there I am just passing this, and we need to write users dot array contain, and the array contain will simply check that if it contain my username over there, and if then we'll simply get the by using dot snapshot, something like this. I hope it is clear. And once we have written all this thing, we can create on the load function first. You need to write async await get the shared pref, and here I will write await chat room stream equals to await database methods dot get chat room message, and we need to pass a chat room ID. Sorry, not this function, we need to call get chat rooms, something like this, and we need to pass a set state, and in the init state I can simply pass on the load function. Yeah, here it is, and we have done. Now we can simply call the chat room list over here. Now here in the name I can pass my name, so I will just write my name over here. Just write my name, something like this, to show my name over here that we get in the expanded widget. We just remove the material widget from here, and we just need to write chat room list. Yeah, so here it is done, and now we can simply show all the chats over here. So let hot restart the app. Now here you can see in the home page we can see all the chats that we have with the users, and here you can see that I use Gupta, through which I have the chat and the image. When, like, this is the last thing that simply happen on this chat room. Now when I'll tap to this chat room, will redirect to that page, but for redirection we need to do some of the things. Like here, let's move to the home.dart page, and here first I need to move to the material widget, and we need to simply wrap up with a gesture detector. And one more thing, the error that we are simply getting over here is because we have added a scaffold. Now make sure that you are passing a chat room list style in the widget, so that's why I remove the scaffold from here, and here I'll just write a gesture detector, and in the on tap method will directly push the user to the chat page. So here I will just write material page route, and here we'll write material page route context, and here we'll directly push the user to the chat page. So I'll just write a chat page name, and here I'm simply sending the profile URL, which is this profile pic URL. So I'll just write profile pic URL over here, something like this. Now when I'll tap to this, and here you can see that we can directly move to the chat page, and this is the last thing that we have simply sent on this chat room, which is an image. So that's why you can simply see the image over there. I hope it is clear. Now one more thing, let's move back, and here you can see this icon. Now when we'll tap to this icon, we'll directly move to the profile page, and in the profile page you can see the user image, his name, email, logout and delete account button. So now let's do one thing, let's move to the home page here back again, and the home page will simply use get the shared pref function here again, and will copy this and will simply paste it over here, and will simply call all the thing. Yeah, now simply remove the stream, we don't need a stream, and in the init state I'm going to simply call get the shared pref. Now I'm doing this because so that I can show the username and his email. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now until it is loading, we need to do one thing, we need to simply pass my name is equals to null, then we'll simply show a circular progress indicator, and once it is loaded, then we are going to simply show the name over here, and we'll simply wrap up with a center widget. And here we need to simply, I know that it simply changed to black, but do not need to worry, I will show you how we can handle this. Rather than passing over here, we can do one thing, we need to simply pass it over here, so that the color won't get disappear. So I'll just write is equals to null, then we'll just show circular progress indicator, and we'll simply wrap up with a center widget, something like this. Now here you can simply change the color, which will be colors dot white, something like this, and now you can simply show the name of the user. But before that, if you want to show the user image, you can use network, and you can first show his image. I think so it is written my picture, so I'll simply write my picture over here, and here I need to simply pass my name, will just pass my name. And here you can see that there is two button, but simply hot restart the app here again, and now we'll simply click to this, and here you can see the my name and the email. So this is what I was talking about, and now I can see my name. I have simply passed in a wrong position. I think so. We need to simply pass over here, which is my email first, and then I want to show the name over here. So I'll simply change it to name, and here I will just write my name, something like this. Yeah, so it is done. Now if you see overflow pixel error, you can simply decrease down the font size to manage it, and here you can see the logout and delete button. Now to execute this, I need to add some of the features or functions in our order.dat file. So in our order.dat file, here I will do one thing, like I will create one function name which is sign out. Now here I'll write future sign out, and here first I will write async await firebase auth, and will write dot instance dot sign out to simply sign out the user. And once he demand to simply delete their account, we can also do that by using future here again, and we'll simply write a function name which is delete user. And in the delete user function, I just need to simply get the user detail first, like then we'll simply delete that thing. Yeah, so we'll write await firebase auth dot instance dot current user, and we'll write user, and here we'll write dot delete function to simply delete the user detail. Yeah, so here it is done. Now once you have done all this thing, now we can simply call all these two function in the profile page. So let's move to the profile page first, and in the profile page we'll simply wrap up the container that we have written with a gesture director. I've already wrapped up. Now here I need to just write async, and here I will write await auth methods dot sign out, and once we have sign out, we can simply push the user to the where onboarding page. Right, now to push the user, I will just write navigator dot push replacement, because I don't want that when he hit the back button he simply move inside the app. We need to simply provide them a new route. So we'll write material page route, and in the context I will just push the user to the onboarding page, something like this. Yeah, so once we have written all this thing, now let's do same execution for our delete page. Now again we'll wrap up with a gesture detector on tap method gesture detector here by gesture detector await. For that we need to simply pass async await auth methods, and we'll write auth methods dot delete user dot then, and we'll again push the user to the onboarding page. Yeah, so here I'm going to simply copy this navigator function here again, and we'll simply paste it something over here as it is. Yeah, so this is how we can simply add a logout and a delete button. So let's move back to the home page, and I think so we have completed all the features for our chat app. But before closing this video, now I will show you how our chat app will look alike when there will be a conversation between the two users. So here I'm going to show our two devices in my screen and the conversation that going to happen between the two users, right? On the center you can see the iOS device where I have simply opened my chat app, and on the right you can see the Android chat app that we have successfully launched in the Android app. So this give a complete conclusion that this course will be for both Android and iOS, as you can see on the screen. Now the reason for showing the two screens over here, because to simply give you an idea, like a two person who has a two different devices can use this app to have a chat, right? Now here first I'm going to authenticate with the help of Google in my Android device, then I will authenticate with the help of Google in the iOS device. So let's click to this sign in with Google button, and now we'll simply click to this iOS button also, and we'll select one of my account for my Android device and one of my account for iOS device. Now we'll simply sign in with Google in both the device, and we have simply registered successfully and directly move to the home page. Now in the home page you can see at the top we have simply added a wave emoji and a hello, and here we have simply shown the user name that have been simply used by the user to sign up in the app with the help of Google. Now here you can see the welcome to text with a chat up text. Now chat up is the app name that I have simply kept for this chat app, and here you can see the profile icon, and by tapping to this icon we'll directly move to the profile page where the user can simply see their profile picture, their name, the email, the logout and the delete button. So we have also added a logout and delete button in the profile page. Now let's back to the home page, and here you can see the search bar where the user can simply search for the respective username that he want to have in chat. Now what is this username? So now the reason for giving a username is something like this. It's just like an Instagram. So in the Instagram, as you know that each user have their own specific username, so that the thing we have simply done in our chat app, where we are going to provide the unique username to the each user, and by writing that username the user can simply have a chat with that user. Yeah, so now I'm going to simply write the username that I have simply signed up through my Android device, and here I will just write app crafting, and here will directly move to the chat page, and here you can see that it simply shows the username through which I am having a chat. And here in the chat page you can see that we have added an option to simply send a voice note to the user and a message bar so that they can send a message to the user, and you can see that we have added a attach file icon, and by pressing to this icon they can simply send the image to the respective user. So I will simply send my first message from here and will just write hello, how are you, and will simply send this message from here, and you will see that after sending a message the message frequently appeared in my mobile device. Now I will simply tap and will send a reply to here, and you can see that it simply shows an option to give an permission to send the voice note to this user. So I will simply give a permission, and here you can see that hello, how are you message. Now I will simply reply to it and will just say hi, I am fine. Yeah, so here you can see that in no seconds we will get a message on the real time, and the two users can simply have a chat. So this is an awesome chat app. Now let's send a reply to him and we'll say how this app is. And you can see in just a few seconds we get the message in our other device, and I will simply reply that yes, it is great. Yeah, so here you can see that the two users can simply have an awesome chat between each other like one to one in no time, and we can simply get a message from one device to the another. Now let's move and let's send the image to Shivam, like if he asked me an image for the watch. Now let's send the image to Shivam, and I will simply send the image of watch from here, and will simply send the image, and you will see that it simply shows that your image is uploading, but in no time the image has been sent to the user, and it simply shows in my app too, in my I think so in my Android device too. And you can see that we can successfully send the image here. Now let's send the other image here, and here you can see that how frequently the image is transferring from one device to the another, and we can successfully send an image. Now let's move ahead and let's send a voice note. So here in the Android device I will simply record a voice note from here. So I will simply tap to this mic icon and I will start recording. Hello, how are you? Do you like this app? We'll stop the recording and upload audio. Now let's wait as audio is uploading. So here you can see that audio has been sent, and will simply play this audio in my Android device, and you will simply hear it. Hello, how are you? Do you like this app? So you can see that how we can simply send an audio to the other user in no time, and we can also send images, we can also send messages. But before moving to the code, let me show you what all things we will learn on today's video and how your app will communicate between the two devices. On the left side, you can see the screen recording of my real Android device where I run the app. So I will create a new account in my real device. So I am writing here name Satyam Sharma and email satyam244 at the rate gmail.com and will give password and confirm password. Now I will click on the sign up button, wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully. Now I will move to the our iPhone emulator and I will create a new account to this device. So in name I am writing Prem Sharma and email I will give prem345 at the rate gmail.com. Now password and confirm password. Click on the sign up button. Wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully. Now I will search for the username Satyam here that we have created the account on my real device. So I will search Satyam here. Now you can see the username here. I will click to the username and will move to the chat page. Now I will write the text inside the text field. So hey, now after sending the message, you can see that Satyam have received the message from Prem in just few seconds. Now I will reply to the Prem, which is our emulator. So as you can see, we have received the message here. Now I will write how are you doing and will send the message, and we received the message in our emulator in few seconds. So as you can see, our app is running successfully in all the device, and you can see the real-time chat what I am talking about. So now Satyam send the message to Prem and Prem have received the message in just few seconds. So as you can see how the two devices are communicating each other or sending the message very easily, and they are getting the message in just few seconds. So this is what you will see at the end of this video. So I am creating the folder named pages here. Now inside the pages folder I am creating the new file named signing.dart. Now inside the signing.dart file I will create a stateful widget named sign in. One more thing I want to tell you that whenever you want to use set state, then you have to always use a stateful widget. You can't use a set state inside the stateless widget. Now let's move to the main.dart file and give a debug so check mode banner to false. The reason for doing it false because when you run the app, you see a red ribbon type structure at the top. To remove that, you have to make it to false. Now I am running the app in without a debug mode because I want to show you update after writing each line of code here. So let me launch the app. Now I am using a scaffold widget, body, container, child, column. As you can see here, some blue lines are appearing below the widget. To remove these blue lines, in my case, I am using two lines of code in analysis options.yml file and paste that two lines below the rules. As you can see here, after using the two lines of code here, the blue lines below a widget disappears. Sorry, I need a stack widget here. So I am removing the column and writing the stack here. The reason for using a stack here because as you seen, I have to overlap a two container over the container. So whenever you want to overlap the two widgets over the another, then you have to always use a stack widget here. So app has launched successfully as you can see here, but let's move to the main.dart file and we need to call a signing page here. So I'm writing signing here and hot reload. Now we'll create a container here and give a height media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 3.5. The reason for using media query is that it makes the app highly responsive. But if you give fixed height or width to the container and check your app in multiple devices, then you can face the overflow error because every device has its on screen size. So I'm writing decoration, box decoration, and I will give a linear gradient color here. So I'm using a colors and I will give you a custom color as you can see here and one more color because the using for linear gradient color is because I want to mix two colors here. So as you can see here, we have got a container and we have mixed two color here. But I want to begin the two colors from the top left and end at bottom right. I want to also tell you the reason for using a begin and end here. Basically, as you can see here in colors, I have provided a two color here. So if you use a begin, then it will begin a first color from the top left position and end the second color in the bottom right position. So as you saw on the UI that we need a curve container here. So I will use a border radius dot vertical. I want to make container curve from the bottom, so I'm using a bottom radius elliptical. I want a x to cover the full size full width of the screen, so I'm giving media query dot of context dot size dot width, and in y axis I need some curve, so I'm using 105.0, which means that will make a curve according to me. I am fixing a height here. I am doing it 4.0. So now it is perfect. Now let's move to the column children and we'll provide the text over this container. So I'll write sign in and provide a style to this text. So use a text style color colors dot white font size 20.0 and font weight dot bold. I will make it to center. Now I will give some padding. So I'm wrap it with the padding widget. Now I will use edge inset dot only top 20.0. This means that it will give a padding from the top to the column widget. Fixing some font size. Now I'll copy this text again and paste it here. Into that I will write login to your account. I'll give a font size 20.0 and make a font weight W500 and change some font size 18 and I will give a custom color here as you can see on the screen. Now I will write a container here and want to provide a container over this curved container. That's why I have used a stack widget here. So now you get a clarity why I have used a stack here. Now I will give height media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 2 and width media query dot of context dot size dot width. Box decoration colors dot white and will give a border radius. Basically, border radius make your container round according to your preference. We'll give some margin here. Edge inset dot symmetric vertical 20.0. So it is done. Now we'll wrap the container with a material widget. Basically, material widget makes your container in very highlighted form. So let's give a border radius to a material widget and we'll wrap the material widget with a container because we want to provide a margin over the material widget here. So as you can see, we have got a perfect container here. Now over the container, I will write a child, column, children, and will provide a two text field name, email and password here. So container child will write text field so the user can write a text using a text field widget. So now decoration, box decoration, border dot all with color black 38. Decoration, input decoration, border, input border dot none. Basically, I've used input border dot none because whenever you run a text field, you always find some line in that text field. To remove that line, you can use border input border dot none here. We'll provide some padding, vertical and horizontal. We'll also provide some border radius to a container circular 10. As you can see on the container, when you write something, I want to give a padding on the left side of the container so it looks more good and it will be easy for the user to see what have user entered on this text field. So I will give a padding on the left side of the container. So I will use padding edge inset dot only left 10.0. So as you can see here, after giving the padding on the left side, it looks really more clear and easy for user to type in. Now I will write a text here and in this text I will write email so that user can get a hint that they have to type email on this text field. We'll give a color colors dot black, font size 18.0, font weight dot w500. So as you can see here, the email has come on the center, but I want to bring on the left side. So I will use cross axis alignment dot start. Basically, when you provide this command on the column widget, then it shifts the all the widgets to the start position, basically in the cross axis of a column widget. Here I want to give some icon of email so it looks more attractive, and it will give a hint to the user to enter email on this field. So I will write prefix icon. Basically, if you want to provide the icon in the start position of the text field, I mean on the left side of the text field, then you have to use a prefix icon. But if you want to provide the icon on the right side, I mean on the end position, then you have to use a suffix icon inside the text field widget. So I will write prefix icon, icons dot mail outline. Now I will copy the same color and give it to the icon here. Yeah, it's look more attractive now. So I'll copy this text and text field here, and I will paste it here because I need user to enter a password here. So I will write password, also change the icon to password. So icons dot password. In text field, in password text field, I want that whenever the user types the password, then it doesn't appear on the text form. It should be appear in the dotted form. This is how usually password works in all the apps. So in the text field, you need to use auth secure text to true. Basically, making the auth secure text to true, you are securing the text by showing the text in the dotted form. So here it is done. Now I'm writing the text here, and as you can see, the text are appearing in the dotted form. Now I will give a size box height 20.0. I provided the height above the container to look it more clear and attractive. I have provided text name forgot password. If the user has forgot the password, then they will click on the forgot password text and move to the forgot password screen where they can change their password. Now I will write a text name forgot password here and wrap with a container. I want to show the forgot password in the right side. So I will use a container and give alignment dot bottom right, which makes a forget password on the right side of the screen. Now I'll give a size box height 10.0 and fix some size. Now I will make a custom button name sign in here. So I'll use a container text name sign in, give some style to a text widget here. Now I'll give a decoration, box decoration, and we'll give a custom color, give a padding edge inset dot all to 10. Now I'll provide a size box name 40.0 and will give a space according to the your convenience. I am giving a width here and wrapping with the text again on center to make it to the center of the container. Now we'll wrap it with the material widget
and give elevation 5.0 to look it more attractive. Wrapping with the container again and giving the width to this container and wrapping with a center widget to make a material widget again on the center. So it is done. Now we'll also provide a border radius to the material widget. Now you must be thinking why I don't use a elevated button here. You can use the elevated button here. There is no problem in that, but usually I need to create a customized button. So I usually use a container to make a customized button according to my choice, because using a container will allow me to give a width, color, border radius and many more things according to my choice, which help me to make a customized button more easily rather than using a elevated button here. Basically, as you can see, if I use a single text here and write have an account, sign up now. So I can't provide a two color in a single text using a text widget. I want to provide don't have an account in black color and sign up now in different color. But I can't do that using a one single text widget. So I will use a row here. In row, I will pass don't have an account in single black color and another text name sign up now in different color, which makes the sign up now in the highlighted form, and whenever user click on the sign up now text, then they move to the sign up page. One more thing I want to tell you that you can use a rich text here. Basically, in rich text, you can use a two text together and can manage their color and gesture detector together. In this text, you can provide two different color and take a two different action on the two different text widget. But in my case, rather than using the rich text, I use a row here to make it more simple for the beginners who are watching this tutorial. Now I'll use main axis alignment dot center to center the row. We'll give them some more space. So it is done. Now user can write email and password here. Now we'll create a new page named signup.dart and we'll use a same stateful widget here and name the stateful widget sign up. So as you seen on the UI that I've shown on the starting of the video, sign up page looks similar to the signing page. So I will copy the code of the signing page from here and make some changes and add text field name here. And we'll also remove a forgot password because we don't need a forgot password in the sign up page. So I'll copy the complete code from here and paste it on signup.dart page, and we'll do some customization on this code to make it for sign up page. I will write sign up, login into your account. I will remove that and write a create a new account, as you can see here. We'll copy the text and the text field and paste it here. because we want the user to write the name here when they are signing it up and creating a new account. So as you can see here, after adding the third text field, it is showing some overflow error. So we'll increase the size of the container by making it to 1.5. You can customize the height according to your choice. So I'm doing it to 1.7. So it looks better now. Now we'll remove the forgot password because we don't want in the sign up page. I will use one more text field so that user can confirm the password what they have entered here. So I'm writing confirm password and give a height and we'll move the text inside the container and move the button outside the container. So we'll paste the container here as you can see here. So we'll fix some height. Now we want to use a complete width of the screen. So I will use width media query dot of context dot size dot width and give a margin so it looks more better and attractive and name it to sign up. So it is done. Let's move to the pages folder and we will create a new file name home.dart. Now inside the home.dart file, I will create a stateful widget named home here. Now I will remove the container and write scaffold body container child column children. So now I will give a background color to a scaffold widget and will give a custom color here. Now I will call the home page and I will show how it looks here. So as you can see, giving the background color to a scaffold widgets covers the complete screen here. Now I will give row children. Inside the row widget, I will use a text widget and I will write a app name. So I'm giving a random app name. So I'm writing chat up. Now I will give a style to this text widget. So I'm writing text style, color. So I will give a custom color here. As you can see on the top, chat up text has appeared. Now I will give a font size and font weight and give some margin so that it can be seen by the users clearly. Now I'll give some margin edge inset dot symmetric vertical 40.0 and horizontal 20.0. Now I am fixing the font size and will give the icons dot search. As I told you, the reason for giving icons dot search is that whenever the user
wants to search the username, they will click on the search icon and can type the username and can have the chat with them. Main axis dot alignment dot space between provides a maximum space between the widgets. Now I'll write the icon with the container and write decoration, box decoration, color, and we'll give a custom color here. Now, as you can see, when I'm writing the custom color, I always start with 0xFF. Basically, it signifies the color code we are giving here. Now, if you just write a color code like 3A2144, then it will doesn't signify the color that we are giving here. To signify that color, we'll need to write a code named 0xFF. That is not necessary to write a capital F or small f. You can use anything here. Basically, before mentioning all the user chats, we will make a container here in some rounded structure where top left and top right are in the circular position, and on that container we will provide all the chats of the user here. Now decoration, box decoration, color, we'll write colors.white, provide border radius, so I'm writing border radius dot only top left radius dot circular 20. So I'm giving a height media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 3. Now I'll give a width media query dot of context dot size dot width. So as you can see the container here with the rounded top left and top right. Now I will remove the margin here because I want this container to complete the whole width of the screen. So I will go to the container and remove the margin from here. Now I'll wrap a row with the padding widget and use edge inset dot only left 20.0 and right 20.0 and top 40.0. So as you can see, now our container is covering the whole width of the screen. Now it's look better. So we'll change the height to 1.15 so it covers the complete screen of our device. As I have shown you in the first video of the complete UI of our chat app, there you can see on the home page we have provided the user pic with their name and the last text they received with the time. Now I will show you how to show the images in the app if the images are saved in the local file. So I will write here image.asset. Basically, I am using asset here because whenever you want to call the images from the local file, then you need to write image.asset here. Now, if you want to call image from the server or from other network in and the image is in the form of the link or something, then you need to use image.network here. So image.asset and you need to paste the location of the image you want to show. Make sure it should be exact what the name of the picture you have given. Now I provide the height to the image and fit boxfit.cover. The reason for using fit boxfit.cover is that whenever you're providing the height 30 with 30 or you have
wrapping the image in the container and giving the fixed height and width to the container, and you want that image to cover the complete height and width of that container, then always use fixed box width dot cover, which makes you the image to use the complete container height width that you have given here. Now I will wrap up the image with a widget named clip react. Let me explain you why I have used clip react here. Basically, if you need the image in the circular form, then you need to wrap up the image with the clip react widget and provide the border radius to make it circular. Many of the users might be thinking why we don't use a container here, and wrapping up the widget image widget with a container, then providing the border radius in the decoration box decoration. But the result, you will see that wrapping up with a container, the image will not be in the circular form. So make sure don't wrap image with a container and provide the border radius there, rather than use a clip react widget and provide the border radius to a clip react widget. Now I need to provide the user name here. So I'm writing a text widget. Now inside the text widget, I'm giving the username. Now I'll provide some style to this text widget. So colors.black, font size 20 and font weight W500. I wrote the username in the column widget, so I need to cut the username from here and paste it inside the row widget. Now I'll use cross-axis alignment dot start to move the username at the top. Now I'll provide some width, so I will use size box with 10.0. Now I will change the font size. Now I'll wrap up the text widget with the column widget because I want to provide the last text that user received below the username. So I am copying the text widget and pasting it inside the column widget. Now I will write the last text here. I want name and last text should be in the start position in the column widget. So I'm using cross axis alignment dot start. Now I'll change the color of the last text. We'll change the font size to. We'll also give the height from the top. So I'm using height 10.0. Basically, these things are something which developers should notice and do a customization on the UI on their own way. So if you want a font size bigger in size and color on the different way, you can choose both the ways. It's totally up to you. So now I am adding the time here. So after adding the time, you can see there is some overflow error. So I will make the text more smaller. So it is done now. Now I'll use the same color that I have used in the last text. Now I'll copy the complete row widget and paste it here to show one more chat of the another user. Will give some height. We'll change the image, name and last text here. So as you can see, after writing the text, the time is not in the complete alignment according to the first user chat. So I will use a spacer here to provide me the maximum space between the two widgets. So our home page is done. Now Let's move to the chat page.dart where we'll make the UI of the complete screen where the user will have the chat with the specific user. So I'm writing a stateful widget named chat page. Now scaffold, body, container, child, column. We will use the same background color that we used on the home page. So I'll copy the background color from here and paste it inside the scaffold widget. So now I will use a row widget and rename the column widget with a stack widget, and inside the row widget I am giving a icons dot arrow back iOS new outline because I want to make the user, after having the chat, they click on the back button and comes to the home page where they can have the chat with the other user too. Now I'll give some margin here. Now I'll copy the same color and paste it here. Instead of writing the text widget again and again, I will go to the home page, copy the text from widget from here, paste it here, and we will write the username to whom we are having a chat. So I'm writing Shivam Gupta and font size 20.0, font weight W500. Basically, I am customizing the text widget according to my choice. If you want the font size and font weight according to your choice, you can use anything you want. And if you want to change the color to a text widget, then you can also give a different color to a text widget. So I'm providing some space between the back arrow and the text. So I'll try to make a text widget in the center so it looks better. So I'm providing the width 90.0. Now I will write a text in the container form and I will show you how the text will be shown when the user will send a text. Sorry, I did a small mistake. I don't need a stack widget here. So I'm removing that and writing the column widget. Now I'm writing the container decoration, box decoration. So inside this container, I will create the two container where I will show you how it will look when the user will receive and send the message to the user. So I am creating a child column. Now inside the column widget, I will write container, decoration, box decoration, color, where I will give a custom color. Inside the border radius, I will use border radius dot only, top left radius dot circular 10. Now top right radius circular again 10. Same for the bottom left. Now inside the container widget, I will write child text. Now I need to
moved the container to the right side of the screen, so it will show that the message has been sent by us. And if we want to show the message sent by the different user, then we'll move the container to the left. So I'm giving a margin edge insert dot only left media query dot of context dot size divide by 2. Now I'll give some padding. Now we will give a style to the text widget according to the choice. Text widget and container widget according to my choice. If you have any better idea or better design, you can do by in own way. There is no need to use exactly what color and what font size I'm using in the container and text widget. If you have any better color or better idea, you can use that. So it is done. Now we'll copy the container and paste it on column widget again, because we want to also show that if the other user have sent the message, then how it will look. As I said, we'll move the container to the left side of the screen. So I am giving the margin from the right side, and will change the border radius to show that the message has been sent by the other user. And we'll also change the color, because we want this container to be on the different color, so that user doesn't get confused which message they have received from the other user. Now I'll create a section where from the user can type a message and can send the message to the other user. This can be done by using a text field here. So I'm writing container child row. Inside the row widget, I am writing a text field. Decoration, input decoration, border, input border dot none. Now I am wrapping up the text field with the expanded widget, because we are using the text field inside the row widget. Now, if you use a text field directly inside the row widget without using the expanded widget, then it will show the error. Basically, using the expanded widget, tell the text field widget to use as much area they can. So I'm providing some decoration to the container widget. So I'm writing decoration, box decoration, color, colors.white, border radius dot circular 20. Now I'm wrapping up the container with the material widget to show that in the highlighted form, so that the user gets the hint to type the message and send the message from here. I am using a spacer. I also want to provide some padding from the bottom, so I am moving to the container padding and adding the bottom padding from here. I am copying the border radius
and using the same border radius in the material widget, so it makes the border circular according to the material widget here. So it looks better now. Now I will provide some hint text and type a message, and will provide some padding edge insert dot only left 10.0. Will also provide some style to the hint. So I'm writing hint style, text style, color, colors of black 45. You might be thinking that what are black 45, black 38, black 54? Basically, these are the different shades of a black color. So you can use a different shades of a black color according to your choice. So now it's look perfect. Now we'll write icons dot send, and we'll provide a custom color to this icon. So I'm writing color and providing the custom color here. Basically, this is a section from where you can provide a customized color according to your choice. You just need to move the circle into the different shades and you can use the color according to your choice. Now we'll wrap up the icon with the container widget, and we'll add decoration, box decoration, color, and we'll provide the customized color here. We'll give some padding, border radius, border radius dot circular. Now we'll make the icons to the center of the container, so it looks better now. Now the user can type the message from here and will click on the send button, and they will send the message to the other user. So now let's move to the Firebase and connect our app with the Firebase. Now we need to give a project name here, so I'm writing chat app. Click on continue. Again on continue. Now use default account for Firebase, create project. As you can see, Firebase is creating a project, so wait for a few seconds. So it is done. Now I'll connect the iOS app here. But if you want to connect the Android app, then I will paste the one of my video link in the description box where I told you that how to connect the complete Android app with the Firebase. So as you can see, we need a Apple bundle ID. So I will go to the Xcode and copy the bundle identifier from there and paste it here. Go to this runner. Now click on signing and capabilities. Copy the bundle identifier from here and paste it here. Now click on register app. Wait for a few seconds. Now download Google service info.plist file, and we need to paste this file in Xcode below the info. And make sure it should be Google service info.plist file. If anything is written rather than this, then make sure you edit them. Now click on finish. So it is done. Now click on next. Again on next. Now continue to the console. So as you can see, we have connected the iOS app successfully. Now let's move to the authentication, and we need to enable email and password section here. So go to the email and password, click on enable. Now click on save. So as you can see, email and password has been enabled. Now let's move to the Firestore database because we need to upload the user data in Firestore database. Now click on create database, select the production mode, click on next. Now click on enable button again. So as you can see, Firestore is setting up the security rules. So wait for a few seconds. Now go to the rules. We need to remove false and make it to true. Now click on publish button. One more thing I want to tell you that don't forget to change the rule and make it to true, because without doing this you can't upload the user data in Cloud Firestore. Now let's move to the pub dev and we need to add some of the packages in our Flutter app. Copy the dependency from here and paste it on perspec.yaml file. Now we need Firebase auth package here, because as we need the authentication in our Flutter app, so we need a Firebase auth package here. Let's move to the dependencies and copy the dependency from here and same paste it on perspec.yaml file. Now to upload the data to the Cloud Firestore, we need a Cloud Firestore package. So we'll follow the same procedure. So it is done. Now run the packages. Now let's move to the main.dart file, because we need to initialize the Firebase core function here. Now let's move to the signup.dart file and I will add a few lines of code here to allow the user to sign up in the app and move directly to the home page. Basically, I will write 4 strings here, namely name, email, password and confirm password. You might be thinking that why I am using a string here. The reason for using string is that whenever user enter the text in this text field, like for an example, if the user enter the text in the name text field, then we will get that text that the user enter in the text field in our name string, and then we will use that string to provide the authentication to the user into the app. So I'm writing text editing controller mail controller equals to new text editing controller. Now I'll create the same text controller for other 3 text field. So it is done. Now I will write a registration function here. Basically, when the user will click on the sign up button, then we will call the registration function and allow the user to sign up into the app. So let me write the few lines of code for this function.
So it is done. Now you might be thinking what all things I have wrote here, like I have used a global key, form state, and what all things I have wrote inside the registration function. Basically, I have explained all these things in my one of my video where I told about these things in more detail. I will don't repeat all these things here because then this video will become very long for the user to watch. I will recommend you to go and watch that video where I have told a complete Firebase authentication using email and password and explained you each line what I have wrote here. So now let's move to the column widget and we'll wrap up a column widget with a form widget and provide a key here. So I'm writing key, form key, and writing text form field controller will provide mail controller and validator. Basically, I want to tell you the reason why I am using validator here. Basically, it checks the value if it is null or empty. If the value is null or empty, it will pass a text that please enter your mail here. Let me also change the icon of name here because it shows exactly what we have used in the email section. So I'm writing icons.person outline. As you can see, person icon has been come here. Now I'll write text form field and we'll copy the same controller and paste it here. So sorry, I'd make a small mistake. I've used a mail controller inside a name text field. So let me rename the mail controller with a name controller here. So now let me add the controller and validator to each text field. So it is done. Now let's move to the sign up button and we'll call a registration function here. So if form key dot current state dot validate, basically I am using a form key dot current state dot validate function here because so that I wrote validator on each text field. So if each text field return us that there is some text has written on each text field like name, email, password, confirm password, then it will go to the set state method and will rename the each string here. So email equals to mail controller dot text and same for the name, password and confirm password. And at last we'll call a registration function if all the validator case is true. But before that we need to upload the user data to the Firebase Firestore. So I'm creating a map string and dynamic naming a map user info map. Let me explain you why I am using a map here. Basically map is a key value pair. So basically our key is something on string like name, email, password, ID, photo, etc. And dynamic is something where we can pass anything like string, integer, float, double, anything. So I'm writing name and we are writing name controller.text. So basically name is a string here and name controller.text is a dynamic here. Name controller.text gets the name from the text field in the text form and pass to the string name here. Basically we need a username here. The reason for uploading the username is that because we need to provide a specific username to each user here. So they can be justified with the specific username here. So each user have their own specific username. So I'm writing here mail controller dot text dot replace all at the rate gmail.com and will replace this with a space. Let me explain you what really this command does. So when I'm writing a mail like shivam234 at the rate gmail.com, so this command will remove at the rate gmail.com and replace with a space we have provided here. So your username will become shivam234. Now we'll provide a picture of the user here. So basically I am uploading some random picture of the user here in the form of a link so that whenever we call the picture from the server then so it will easy for you us to use image.network function to call the image in our app. Though now we are giving a specific picture to a user, but after sign up into the app, user can change their picture and can add any picture they want. So as you can see, I have pasted some link here. Now let me press on this link and as you can see, a random user image has been shown here. And this image will show when the user sign up into the app, but they can change when they want. Now I will create a string id. Basically I want to provide some random id to the user because when we will track the user details in Firebase, then we just need this ID so that it will be easy for us to track the user detail in Firebase. But before that, we need to add a package name random string here. Basically, random string provide a random alphanumeric character to a string. So string ID is equals to random alphanumeric 10 and will paste same id here. So I'll write id and we'll call the same id. Now we need to create a file name database.dart where we call all the function from that file and will upload the data to the Firebase Firestore. Let me show how we will do that. So, but before that, I am creating a new folder named service here, and inside the service folder, I will create a file name database.dart. I will write class name database methods. Basically, in this project, I will write all the function related to the Firebase in class name database methods here. The reason for doing that, if I will write all the function in the same page, then it will be easy for the user to
change the function they want in their way. For now, if the user write all the function at the same place where they are calling a map, then it will become something messy for the user to change the function according to their way. I'm writing future add user detail and will create a map string dynamic, and in string we will pass a specific ID that we have wrote using a random alphanumeric function. Now Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection and will give a collection name users here. We will give a specific ID to the doc here, so we'll write dot doc id and we'll use a set method to upload our map to Firebase Firestore. So it is done. Now let me call this function here. So I will write await database methods dot add user detail and will pass the user info map and that ID here. So this function will help the user to upload the data to Firebase Firestore. Now, one more thing I want to tell you that we want to save the user data locally too. The reason for saving the user data locally is that we need user name, email, and his picture and ID again and again. Now, to get the all the data, we need to save some of the data locally, so we don't have to call the function again and again and get the data from the server. So to save the data, I am using a package name share preference here, which allow us to save the data locally in our Flutter app. So I'm creating a new file name shared pref.dart where we will write all the code related to the shared preference. Now let's move to the shared pref.dart file and we'll create a class name shared preference helper here, and inside that basically I am writing a string name user id key where we will save the specific id that we are giving to each user here, and we will create other string also name, email, username, user's picture. Now we need to save the user data locally. So we'll call a function name save user ID here. So we will write a function name save user ID here, and in string we will get the user ID shared preferences pref await shared preference await share preference dot get instance. Now using the pref key we will save the user data here. Now using the pref key will set a string. So first we are writing a string name here. So I am writing user id key and we will save the id to a user id key. So I am writing the string name get user id here. Now I will write the other function for all the other strings like name, email.
this was the method where we are saving the user detail. Now we want to also show the user detail, so we'll use a get user ID function to show the user detail in our app that we have stored locally in our app. So we'll write the same command shared preferences pref await share preferences dot get instance. Now we'll get the string from the user ID key. I forgot to mention the user display name. Let me add that string too. So it is done. Now let's move and we'll use a save method to save all the user data locally in our Flutter app. So I'm writing await shared preferences helper dot save user ID and we'll pass the ID here. We'll write same function for other strings too. In save user pic, we'll paste the same link of the image. So it is done. Now let's move to the terminal and run our app. So I am writing flutter clean here. Now flutter pub get to get all the packages in our app. Now flutter run command. Now press enter. Wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, our app has launched successfully. Now I will call sign up page here. So let me write sign up in main.file and hot restart. So now I'll fill name, email, password and confirm password and will sign up into the app. So in name, I'm writing the username here. So I'm writing Shivam Gupta. Inside mail, I'm writing shivam2345 @gmail.com. I'm writing password here and same password in confirm password. So it is done. Now click on the sign up button, wait for a few seconds. But before clicking on the sign up button, we need to push the user to the home page. So I am using navigator.push replacement here. Let me explain you why I don't hear navigator.push here. If I use navigator.push here, then if the user sign up into the app and goes to the home page, when they click on the back button, then the user can easily come to the sign up page again. But if you use a push replacement, then once the user sign up and goes to the home page, then there is no choice to come back to the sign up page. Now click on the sign up button, wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully and moved to the home page of the app. Now let's move to the Firebase and let me show you what all things are uploaded to the Cloud Firestore. So let me refresh the page. After refreshing the page, you can see the collection name users here and with a specific doc ID and email, ID, name, photo and username what we have entered in the sign up page. As you can see, the username is Shivam234. What I have told you there that the app will remove at the rate gmail.com from the email and will name it to Shivam234. Now let's move to the sign in.dart file and add the few lines of code so the user can sign in into the app. So we will use two string name, email and password here. The reason for using email and password, as I told you before, so whenever the user will enter the email using a text editing controller, then we'll get the text from the text field and will save the text into the these two strings. Now text editing controller user mail controller equal to new text editing controller. The reason for using text editing controller is that we can manage whatever the user write on this text field using a text editing controller. Basically, whenever the user type the email or password in this text field, then we can handle the text using this text controller. Now I will write a function name user login. So whenever the user click on the signing button, then the user login function will be called and the user can successfully sign in into the app and will move to the home page of the app. So let me write the few lines of code into this function. So it is done. Now I will write a global key here. Now we'll go to the column and wrap up the column widget with a form widget and we'll give the key name form key. Now we'll write text form field and we'll give the controller user mail controller and we'll write the same validator that we wrote on the sign up page. So if value is null or empty, will return that please enter your email. Now we'll copy the same thing and we'll paste in the password text field. So I'm writing text form field and we'll rename the controller to user password controller. Validator will be same, just will rename the text and write please enter password. So it is done. Now let's move to the signing button and we'll wrap up the signing button with a gesture detector and we'll call the user login function there. So in if condition, I will write form key dot current state dot validate what we have wrote on the sign up page. The reason for using is that we will check the each text field through a validator and will check that if it is null or empty. If we found that all the text fields are filled with a text, then we will move to the set state and will pass each text field text into the specific string. So I am writing email is equals to user mail controller.text. Now in email string what the user have wrote in the email text field that will be assigned to the email string. So user mail controller will handle the case of that text field and dot text will get that text from the specific text field and assign to the email string here. And same for the password. So it is done. Now we'll call a user login function here. But before move to the sign up page and sign in into the app, I will write a few lines of code in the user login function. So inside the so after calling the sign in with email and password function inside the user login function, we want that the user details to be saved in the shared preferences because as I told you before, we need the username, email, username again and again into the app. So if the user is login into the app, then we'll call the user details from the server and will save the each detail into the shared preference. For example, if I want to save the user name here, then I will first call the username from the server and will save the username into the shared preference, then will sign in into the app. So this will be done through a dot where function where we will match a user email with the server what the user have entered in the email text field. I hope that you can understand what I am trying to say here. For beginners, it will be difficult for them to understand what I am trying to say here, but no problem. As we will write a code by your own into the studio code, then you will get what all things I have used here inside the user logging function, and I will try it to make it more easy for the beginners to understand in the basic level. So now let's move to the database.dat file and I will write a function name get user by email. So future query snapshot, get user by email, string, ID, Firebase, firestore.instance.collection.users. Now, inside the collection users, we will match the user email here, what they have entered in the email text field. So I'm using dot where function to find the user email in the server. So in string, I will pass the email here and will match with the email. We'll get that user detail using dot get function. Now I'll write query snapshot, await database methods dot get user by email and we'll pass the email here. So in string, I am writing a name, username, and picture ID. The reason for adding this string is because when I call the user name and pick from the server, then I need a specific location to store that string into a specific string. So for that I need to create a string here. So whenever we call the user detail from the server, then I will use this string to save that text in this string. So to call that function, I am using a name string here equals to query snapshot dot docs. One more thing I want to tell you that whenever you are writing the field inside the inverted comma, then it should be exact what you have entered on the Firebase Firestore. It should match what the field that is there. If there will be any difference between these two texts, then it will throw the error here. So make sure whenever you are writing a text in the inverted comma, then it should be exact what the field you have entered in the Firebase Firestore. I saw that many of the developers are making a small mistake in like capital and small letter and not using the exact field what they have entered on the Firebase Firestore, and they are wasting so much time to find that problem why they are not getting the detail from the server. So this was the small tips from my side, and these tips will only get you in this channel, so don't forget to subscribe this channel. Now I will save the each user detail using a shared preference helper dot save user display name and will pass the name string here. Now I will save the each user detail here using a shared preference helper. Now many of the users might be thinking that why are, why we are saving the user details locally as the details are already saved into the server. As we move more into the app and when I will write the code for the home page and chat page, you will see that we will be calling a too much detail from the shared preferences, and shared preferences will help us to get the user detail in more easy way rather than calling from the server each time. So in email section, I am writing the email here. Now I'll use the same password that I have used to sign up into the app. Now click on the signing button, wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have successfully signed in into the app and we have moved to the home page. So it is done. Now let me perform hot restart again and move to the sign in page. The reason for I am moving to the sign in page again is that whenever the user will write an email and they have forgot the password, then they will click on the forget password text and move to the forget password screen where they can change the password from there. So now we'll create a new file name forgetpassword.dart here and we'll write the complete UI and the code for the forgot password screen. So I will create a stateful widget name forgot password as the forgot password will be same according to the signing page. At the top we will replace the sign in text with a password recovery and log in to your account with the enter your email and we'll use a single text field to enter the email of the password they had forgot. Then we'll use a button to get the password email into their email they have entered here. Instead of writing the UI for the forgot password again, I will copy the complete code from the signing page and paste on the forgot password.dart file and will rename the few text there. Sorry, but I am using some of the shortcuts to write a forgot password screen is that if I will code a complete code of forgot password then it will take a lot of time. So I will copy the code from the signing.dart file and will paste in the forgot password screen and will make the customization according to our choice. Being a developer, I always used to do a smart work rather than a hard work. We will paste the code here and let me remove some of the key from here and I am writing text editing controller because I want a single text field where the user will enter the email. So I will remove a password text field from here. We'll also remove the forgot password text. So let me call the forgot password screen in main.dart file and I will show you what all customization I have done. So as you can see a single text field email has been shown here. Now I'll rename the signing to the password recovery. We'll also rename the text login to your account to enter your email. We'll also make the container smaller in size. Now I'll rename the signing button to send email. Let me also explain you how the password recovery will work. Basically, for an example, if the user have forgot their email, then they will click on the forgot password text and move to the password recovery screen. Now inside the email text field, they will enter the email of the password they had forgot. After clicking on the send email button, they will get a link of the Firebase into their email they have entered here. Now, after clicking to that link, they will redirect to a screen where they can assign a new password to this email. So for that, I need to add the few lines of code here. So again we'll write a string, namely email here. Now we'll create a global key again so that we can text the validator in the text field. So we'll pass a key name, form key. Now I will write a function name reset password here, and this will be called when the user will click on the send email button. So let me add the few lines of code here. So it is done. Now let's move to the send email button and we'll write a few lines of code inside the gesture detector. So in if condition we'll write the same thing what we have wrote in the sign up and signing page, and we'll again use a set state method. Now inside the set state method we'll pass a text controller to a email string. Now we'll call a reset password function here. So it is done. Now let me perform hot restart function. So for an instance, if I had forgot this email password, so I will click on the forgot password text and move to the password recovery screen, and will write the same email here, and will click on the send email button and wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, password reset email has been sent. Now let me check my email here. So as you can see, I have got a link to reset my password. So let me click to that link and I will redirect to a page where I can assign a new password. So let me write a new password here and click on save button. Now, so as you can see, now I can sign in with my new password into the app. Now let's move to the home page of the app and I will add the search feature here. But before moving to the app, I want to explain you what really the advanced search feature I am talking about. So we will add the same advanced feature we usually found in the big apps like Amazon, Uber Eats, Flipkart, etc. So let me take you to the Amazon website and I will show you what really search feature we will add. So as you can see, it is a Amazon website. Now I will move to the search bar here at the top and I will search iPhone here. So as you can see here, I have just wrote IPH word inside the search bar. Now after just typing IPH, word inside the search bar, you can see that Amazon website are suggesting all the words that start with IPH. Basically, it search on the server all the words that are starts with IPH, and it shows all the result like iPhone 14, iPhone 13, 14 Pro, etc. Now I will write iPhone 14 here. Now it shows me all the word that start with iPhone 14. So as you can see, now it is suggesting me iPhone 14 Pro, iPhone 14 Pro Max, etc. Now I will go back and I will write iPhone 12 here. So again it is suggesting me the word that start with iPhone 12 here. So as you can see, if I type any letter inside the search bar, then the search bar activate automatically and it starts us to show all the keywords that start with a letter we type here. For an example, if I write just a word SNEA, then it shows me a words like sneakers for girls, sneakers cleaning kit, and sneaker, sneaks, etc. Now I type a complete keyword sneaker here, so it shows me all the words that start with the sneaker. So you might be thinking what this search feature will really do in our app. So like whenever the user will search for the specific username in the app, like he will search for the guy whose name is Shivans, then he will just write SHI and the app will suggest him all the keywords that start with SHI. So might be that there will be a two user whose name will be Shivans and Shivam, whose both username word start with SHI, and this will be helpful for the user to search the user quickly and have the real-time chat with that specific user. So now let's execute this function in our app. Let me explain you how I will add this feature to the home page. So when the user will click on the search icon, then the chat up text will be replaced with the text field here, and then the user can search for the specific username and can have the real time chat with that user. So I am writing a boolean here and naming the search to false. The reason for doing that, so when the user will click on the search icon, then we will make the search to true, and using a set state we will rerun the app again. So I am using a gesture detector and writing both the cases inside the onType function. So now once the search becomes true, then we'll write a function. If search is true, then we will show a text field. If search is false, then we will show chat up text here. Now we will wrap up the text field with the expanded widget because I want that text field to cover the complete width of the screen. Now decoration, input decoration, border, input border dot none. Now I will write a hint text here. Now inside a hint text I will write search user. We will give some styling to the hint text, so I am using a hint style here. So it is done. Now I'll perform a hot reload function, but before that I am also giving a style widget is because I want that whenever the user will write on the text field, then they can see the word clearly. So I'm writing colors, colors dot black.
font size 18.0, font weight W500. Now we will also change the height whenever the search is true. The reason for doing that is because whenever we will click on the search icon, then the text field will appear here. Basically, text field covers some of the space from top and bottom. Now, if we will don't use a updated height here, then it will throw overflow error here. So I am using updated height here whenever the search is true. Now let's perform the hot restart function, and now I will click on the search icon. So as you can see, the text field has been appeared here from where the user can search the specific username and can have the real-time chat with him. Now I will create a list name query result set, and I will make one more list name temp search store here. The reason for making this two list is because I want that whenever the user will search for the specific username, so when the user will search for the specific username, for example, if they are if there are two username like Shivans and Shivam, so if I will write SHI here, then the result will show that there are two username present whose username starts with SHI. Basically, a two username would be Shivans and Shivam. So these two username will get stored on this list and will provide the list later, and the app will allow us to click on one of the user and move to the chat page. Hope it's clear the point why I am using a to list here. Initiate search function where I will use this to list here. You will get the clear cut clarity of why I have used a to list here. So in initiate search, I have wrote a value here. Basically in value, we will pass the username here. So in if condition, I'm writing value dot length equals to 0, and then using a set state method, I will make this to list null. Now I'm using a set state again. The reason for using a set state again is that I am making the search to true. So whenever the user will start to type on this text field, then this all the chats will be replaced with the username that we are searching on the text field. So basically capitalized value will get the first character of the user and will make that first character of the user to in capital letter. Many users might be thinking why we are taking a first character from a username we are typing on the text field. So let me explain you how this search function will work. So for an example, if there are two username like Shivam, and first username is Shivam and second username is Harsh. So for the first username, his key will be a first character named S, and for the second character, his key will be H. So, like whenever we will type the first username, like S, then the app will show all the username whose key matches with the first character name S, and that username will be shown in the app. But we haven't uploaded the key here, so let me move to the sign up page and upload the value of the key to Firebase Firestore. So I am writing string user here and will write mail controller dot text replace all. Basically I am getting the username of the specific user in the user string. In update username, as you can see, we are updating the username first character to the uppercase. So we'll pass the update username and upload this username to Firebase Firestore, where the first character of the username should be capital. Now we are writing us one more string name first letter. So we will try to get the first letter of our username in the uppercase. That will be a search key for us to get the username in the app. I know that it might be very confusing for the beginners to understand the each line of code here, but if you are having any questions or any problem, you can comment it out on this video and I will try to read all the comments and I will try my best to explain you in more easy way. As this my YouTube channel name Shivam Gupta, main purpose is that for the beginners to understand the code and they can move to the advanced level step by step. Each time my best is to provide the code in most easy way for the users to understand what I am typing here, and I'm trying my best to explain in most easiest way so that it will be easy for all the users to understand what really we are developing here. So now let's move to the database.dart file and I will write a function name search here. So future query snapshot search string username firebase firestore.instance dot collection users dot where. So let me explain you what string username does here. So like when the user will type a username on the text field, then the app will take the first character of that string that we have typed on the text field and pass to the string username here. So for an example, as you can see here, our first username is Shivam123. So in username, it will pass the first character name as share and will check all the users whose search key matches with the first character. So if it matches, then it will return all the username in the app.
So it is done now. Now let's move to the home.dart file and we will call the function here. So I'm writing database methods dot search and we'll pass the value here. After passing the value, we will take all the users username whose value start with the, for an example, s here. So as you can see, we will add the all the user name in the list we have provided here. Now in the text field, I will write on change property here. Basically, on change property is something like whenever the user will write any of the character and starts writing in this text field, then on change function will call here and will pass the value to initiate search function here. So now we want that whenever the user will start typing on the text field, then the on change property will get activate and it will move the text to initiate search function, which will make the search to true. And if the search will be true, then all the last text that are on the home page will replace with the username we are looking here. So now let me add the column here and we will try to put all the chats that we see on the home page in the column widget. The reason is because now if we will use a search case here, like if search is true, then we will pass a list view of all the username that we have stored on the list that we have wrote above. Now I am providing some padding here. Now I am writing a children here and will on children will pass the temp search store where all the list of the username are stored. So with the map method we will call the each element here and will perform a we will show a list here, so we'll change that to a toList function. Now we will return the each user detail to a
widget name build result card, where we will show the user pick his name and his username, so it will be easy for the user who is searching a specific username can find the right person here and can have the real time chat with him. So now let's move and create the widget here. Name build result card. So now I'm writing container here and giving some margin here. Now after giving the margin, I'm using a child material and will highlight the each user detail here. So I'm using a material widget here and giving some border radius. Now we will write a container again and will provide a padding to the container. We'll provide some decoration to the container here. So I'm writing colors.white. We'll provide a border radius. So border radius dot circular 10. Now child, row, children. Now inside the row, I will write a column widget and we will give a user display name here, and after that we will provide a username. So as you can see, I have provided some style to the username here. So let me rename the username and we will pass a specific user display name as you can see on the Firebase. So I'm writing name here and on below of that I will write a username. So let me provide some style to this text widget where we are passing the username. I have made a small mistake. Basically, I want to provide the username in the uppercase. So let me move to the sign up page and we will write update username dot to uppercase. So it is done now. So perform the hot restart function and let me write the username here inside the text field. So as you can see, I have wrote the username SHI. So it will go to the Firebase Firestore and it will search all the username whose value starts with a word SHI and it display here. Now I will go back and as you can see basically it will update me in a few seconds. So as you can see now I have wrote sh, so it takes a few seconds to update the app and it will show all the username whose username starts with sh. So there are three username whose username start with sh. Now I write shi, now to username. So now if I write Shivam, a complete username, so as you can see, it may show the username who start with a word Shivam here. So I had taught you a advanced technique of the search feature. There are the many videos on the YouTube where they teach you search feature. I have saw some of them, but in that search feature you have to write a complete username like shivam123. Now if you click on the search button then it will show that specific username. Now this search feature which I taught you today is a advanced search feature which you found in many of the apps, e-commerce app, ticket booking app, travel app, etc. Though I have thought that this is a advanced search feature which I need to tell to my subscriber who are developing the apps and they will use the advanced feature in their app to make it more easy for the users to use the app. So if you like my idea, do not forget to subscribe my channel because this is just the starting. I am going to bring such more videos in the future. So now I will also add the user pick here. So it will be easy for the user who are searching the specific username can find the users quickly. So I am using image.network because I am getting the user pick from the Firebase Firestore. So on data, I will write a photo here and will wrap up the image with a clip react widget and will provide some border radius, will provide some height and width to the image and will fit them with the fit box fit.cover. So if you are following this series from the starting, then many users will get why I have used clip react fitboxfit.cover here. Now we will also highlight the username in the different way. So I am changing the style of the username here.
So it is done now. Let me perform the hot restart again and I will show you it again. So I am writing sh here. Now it is showing me all the users whose username start with sh. Now I will write a complete username. Now Shivam. So like if the user now don't want to search the username and he clears all the text from the text field, then as you can see he can't move back to the home page where he can see all the chats. So now I will replace the search icon with a close icon here. So the user will get the hint that when we will click on the close icon, then we can move back to the home page of the app. So I'm writing if search is true, then we will show a close icon here and will wrap up the close icon with a gesture detector and will make the search to false and will provide a set state. Now let me perform hot restart. So when I click on the search icon, now I will write a username here. Now if I want to go back to the home screen, then I will click on the close icon and move to the home page. So it is done now.
So as you can see here, I have wrote sh string inside the text field where I am looking for the username whose username start with sh. Now after writing the sh string, you can see the app display us the three username here. I want that when I click to Shivans, the first user that shows here, then I can have the real time chat with the Shivans here. So for that, I need to move to the chat page after clicking the Shivans username here. So what I have thought to how to execute that, let me explain you. So, for an example, if my username is Ayush and if I click to a Shivan's username, then the app will create a chat room whose username will be Ayush and Shivan's in the Firebase Firestore. Now, if I click to Shyam, the second user, then the app will create a second chat room where the where the chat room name will be Ayush and Shyam. So like this, app will create a separate chat rooms for each user we want to have the real time chat with him. The reason for doing that is because now if I'm chatting with Shivans, then the message should only goes to the Shivans, not any of the user that we are not having the chat. So creating a separate chat room for each user allows us to message them privately and have the real time chat with him. So when I goes to the home page of the app, you can see all the previous users chat there. So each user chat will have a separate chat rooms. Hope that I have clear your doubt of how we will execute the real time chat for the each users separately and privately so that they can have a real time chat with the each user. So let me execute what I have explained you here. So now we will move to the container and wrap up the widget with a gesture detector.
Now I will do a search equals to false and will provide a set state. The reason for using a search equals to false is that whenever I press any of the user, for an example Shivansh here, then I will move to the chat page where I can have a chat with Shivans. Now, if I want to go back to the home page, now if I press on the back arrow key at the top, then I can successfully move to the home page rather than moving to the search page here. So, as I explained you that there will be a separate chat room for each users, then I will create now a chat room ID for each users now with their username. So I will create now chatroom ID by username function to create a unique chatroom name for each user here. In string A and B, I will pass two username who want to have a chat and wants to move to the chat page and can start a chat with the specific user. You might be thinking that what all things I have wrote inside a get chatroom ID by username function. But do not need to worry. What all things I have wrote here, I will show you complete things that will upload to the Firebase Firestore with an example. So that will give a clear cut idea of what all things I have wrote here. In short terms, I can explain you that basically get chatroom ID by username functions create a unique chat rooms for each specific user we want to have a chat. There is also one reason that why we are creating a unique chat room ID for each chat rooms here, because now if I am talking with Shivans and goes back to the home page and I move to the another user named Shyam here, then I am chatting with this both users at the time. Now, if I don't create a unique chat room for each user, then this might be a case that whenever you click on the Shivans, then you will move to the Shyam chat page. But if you create a unique chat room ID for each chat rooms, then app will get a hint that whenever you click on the Shivans chat, then it will search for the specific user chatroom ID and will send to a specific username whose name is Shivans. So as I said you that I will pass two username. One username will be of mine and second will be of the username that we want to have a chat. Now to get my username, here comes a role of the shared preference. This is why I have stored the username locally in the shared preference. So now I will show you how to call the username, name, pick, etc. from the shared preference here. So now I'll create a string name, my profile pic, my username, and my email. Now I will create a function name get the shared pref. Now I will write a string my name, and will get the my display name here. So we'll write await shared preference helper. We use dot save method to save the name to the shared preference. But we have created one more function named dot get. So we will use our dot get function to get the display name here, and we'll save the display name to a string name my name. Now we'll do a same case for my profile pic, username and email. Now I will use a setState method inside the getSharedPreference. Now I will create a onTheLoad function here. The reason is doing that is because I want that whenever we come to the home page of the app, then the app first call the getSharePreference method and give me all the my detail to the specific string here. This can be done by using a function name initState here. Basically, initState is something that will be called as soon as you open home page here. So this is a first function which will be called first, then the whole process will be executed on the app. So as I told, I will get the share preference here. So I'm writing on the load method inside the init state here. Now I will pass my username here, and the username we want to have a chat. So I am using a Shivan's, for an example, Shivan's username here. So I will get the username from the Firebase Firestore. Now I will create a map here, and map name will be chatroom info map. The reason for creating the map here, because in the specific chat room I want the two users to have the chat whose username will be matched here. So one user will be me myself, so I'm providing my username here, and a other username we want to have a chat. Now let's move to the database.dart file, and we'll create a function named create chat room, which will help us to create a specific chat room with the unique chat room ID. So as you can see, in string we will pass a unique chat room ID, and inside the map we will pass the two usernames that will go into the chat room and can have the private and real-time chat. I am using a snapshot here because I want to check if the chat room has created or not. For an example, if I am if I want to have a chat for the first time with the user, then I will create a chat room in the Firebase file store. But if I second time comes to the app again and I want to have the chat with that same user, then I again go to the text field and search for the that username again. And if I click it again to his username, I don't want to create another chat room for the same username we have the chat at the past. We want to move to the same chat room. If I will create a separate chat room again and again whenever the user is searching for the same username, then might be the case then the last chat we have with the specific user will be removed from there, and that will give a very bad experience for the users having a conversation in the chat app. So this case you have found in many of the apps like Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, etc. So we are using a same procedure of what this app does. So with the if method, if it will check if the data is exist. If the data is exist means if the chat room is exist, then we'll return true and we will not create a chat room here. Now in else case, if the chat room is not there, then I will create a collection name chat rooms here, and inside the collection we will give a chat room id and upload the username, and we'll create a separate chat room for each user here. Now we'll call a database method and we'll create a chat room here. I hope that I am giving my best to explain you each line why I am writing here, because I am looking for the beginners who are first time developing the app and can have the complete knowledge of why I am writing the code here. If you simply copy and paste the code from the GitHub or any of the source where I upload the source code, then beginners might face the problem in futures and they will not get why these functions are called here. So if you are liking my video and way of the explanation, you can support me by subscribing my channel to get more videos we have in a store. Now, after creating the chat room, we want that user to move to the chat page and can start a real-time chat with that user. But before that, I will move to the chat page and I will pass a name of that user, profile pic, and his username here. The reason for doing that is because we can get the hint of to whom we are having a chat on the chat page here. Now let's move to home.dart page again, and we will go to the same gesture director and will move to the user to a chat page. So I will use a navigator dot push here and material page root, and we'll call a chat page here. And in name we will pass that user name here. So I'm writing name. Let me check on the Firebase. Okay, it is capital N, so I'm replacing it with capital N. Now profile URL and same for the username. So it is done. Now let me perform hot restart now and will search the user again. So I'm writing sh here. Now I will press on the Sivan's username here. Now as you can see, we have successfully moved to the chat page here. Now let me check to the Firebase Firestore whether he has created a chat room with a specific chat room ID there. Now refresh the page. So as you can see, the collection name chat rooms has appeared. Now after clicking to the chat room, you can see that there is a specific ID which I am talking about. Basically, this is a Shivan's username and my username is also seen here. And here are the two users username who can have a chat on this specific chat room. So now let's move to the home page of the app. Now I will search a Shivan's username using a search text field here. So I will write Shivan's here. Now I will click on the Shivan's username and will move to the chat room where me and Shivans can have the real-time chat. Now I will move to the text field at the bottom where I can send the chat or message directly to the Shivans. So I am writing a text inside the text field and I want that when I click on the send button, then this text I have wrote inside the text field should move to the Shivans and this message will be seen inside the chat room. So to handle the text inside the text field, I will need a text editing controller here. So I will move to the chat page .dart file here and will write text editing controller message controller equals to new text editing controller. So now let's move to the text field and I will write controller message controller. So now I will write a function name add message here that will be called whenever I click on the send icon here. Inside the add message, I have mentioned bool send clicked. Now, if the user click on this send icon here, then we'll make the send clicked to true and we can use a function inside the add message according to that. So I am writing if message controller dot text is not equals to null, then we will store a text inside the text field in the message string using message controller dot text. Now after storing the message, I will make message controller dot text equals to space. The reason for doing that is because I want that whenever the user sends the first text here, for an example hello, if we write hello and he clicks on the send icon here, then message controller dot text will be null and it will allow the user to send the second message to the user he has having a chat. Now I will use a map string dynamic message info map. Now inside the map I will write a message and will pass a text where we have stored our text that user have wrote on this text field. So writing a message string here. Now I will write send by and in send by I will pass my username here. So again I will use a shared preference method to get my username what we have done on the home.dart file. So I am writing a string here my username and will try to get all the details about me in those strings through a shared preference method. So now I will use a get the shared pref function to get my username here and we will write my username equals to await and will use a shared preference helper class and will get the username by get username function here. Now I will get my all details one by one using a get user function here. So we will do same for the pic, display name and the email. And we will use a set state here so that whenever we call a get shared preference method and we can store all the details on each string here, and using a set state method we can rerun the app again. Now we will again use a on the load function that we have used same on the home.dart page, and we'll call a shared preference method here and we'll use a set state method again. So inside init state I will on the load function. The reason for writing the on the load function inside the init state is because as I want that the get the shared preference method will be called as soon as the user will move to the chat page. So init state is that type of function which calls first and then the whole function starts after the init state function has called. Now in send by I will write my username here. I'm writing TS here. Basically TS stands for timestamp here. As you can see on the home page, you can see all the previous chat of the users with a last chat they had received on the chat room with the time. So to store the time, I need a timestamp here. So I'm writing a timestamp using a date time now function. Basically date time function help us to get the exact time when the user have sent the message to the specific user inside the chat room. So I will write date time now and date time dot now function to get the current time. Now I want that to show the time in hour and minute format. So I need to write a string name formatted date here and will pass a date in the way we want. So I'm writing date format here and will pass a formatted date how we want in our formatted date string. But to get a formatted date here, I need to move to the perf.def file and copy the intl package from there and paste it inside the perspec.ml file. Basically, intl is that type of package which help us to format a date according to our choice. Like it helps us to write the date in terms of year, minutes, seconds, milliseconds, etc. So now inside the date format, I want in hour and minute form. So inside the inverted commas, I will write hour colon and in minute format. This will help us to get the format in hour and minute form. So now I'll copy that string inside the TS. Now I am writing the time again. Basically this time will help us to arrange the text according to our choice. For example, as you have seen on the server that whenever we are sending a text here inside the chat room, then all the text are mixing together. But we don't want them in the random order. Now we want that the new text should be appear first, then the text we have texted before. So we will do that by using a
server timestamp here so that we can manage the server time according to our choice. Don't need to worry if you are getting confused why I am using a time here. As we move on with the app, you will get why I have wrote time here inside the map. In short, I can tell you that writing time is very important inside the map function to display our message in some sequence so that user can know what chat they have received rather than getting the all the chats in the random form. Now inside the image URL I will pass my profile pic here. So let me explain you how this map will work. Basically inside the chat room, as you can see, there is a chat room ID. When we will send this map, then it will create one collection named chats here, and inside the chats collection all the message will be stored. So I am writing if here. Now inside the if function I need to call a message ID here because I want to provide a specific message ID to the each message user is sending to the other user. So inside if I'm writing if message ID is equals to null or space, then I will pass a message ID with a random alphanumeric character here, and basically inside the collection chats first message ID will be appear, and inside that message ID there will be a message we will send to the other user. Now I will create a database.dart function here so that I can send the message to the Firebase Firestore. So let's move to the database.dart file, and I will create a function name add message here that will be called whenever we send the message to the user inside the chat room. So in string, I will pass a specific chat room ID that I have showed you in Firebase Firestore. Now I will also pass a specific message ID and will write a map string dynamic. Inside the string dynamic, I will pass a message info map. Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection. Now inside the collection, I will write a chat rooms here. Basically, this is what I'm talking about. Now in doc, we'll pass a chat room ID. This chat room ID dot will make one more collection here named chats. Inside the chat, I will pass a specific message ID. So I'm writing doc message ID, and we'll use a set method to set the message inside the chats collection here. Now let's move to the chat page again. So now database methods dot add message, and inside the chat room ID I will pass a chat room ID here. So the chat room ID will be same what we have wrote on the home.dart file, but before that I am writing a string name chatroom ID here, and we will move to the home.dart page and will copy the same get chatroom ID by username function from here and paste it inside the chat page, which will help us to get the chatroom ID. So now inside the chatroom id string, I will store my chatroom id widget.username. Basically widget.username is the username we are having a chat, and here I will pass my username. So I will write chatroom id. Now message id, and same for the message info map. Basically we have stored message id string inside the null string. So we will remove the space here and will write if message id is equals to null, then we will pass a random alphanumeric 10. So after passing the add message function, I want to update the last message sent by the user. So I will use a dot then method here so that it will be called once the add message function is done. So I will write again a map string dynamic and will write a last message info map. So let me explain you why I have wrote last message info map here. The reason for writing is because as you saw on the home page of the app, there is a username, and just below that there is the last message which has been sent by the user or received by the user. So to show the last message there on the home page, we need to keep updating the last message that has been sent inside this chat room. So to do that, I will pass last message inside the chat rooms. So inside the last message, I will copy the same message string here and will write a last message sent timestamp where we will pass a time when was the last message has been sent. So now as we need to upload the last message inside the chat room, so I will write a function name update last message sent. Inside that string I will pass a specific chat room ID and will pass a map string dynamic last message info map. Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection chat rooms dot doc will pass a specific chat room ID and will use a dot update method here. The reason for using dot update method is because I want that whenever the user send the message or receive the message inside the specific chat room, then the last message keep on updating whenever both the users send the message to the specific chat room. That will help us to get the last message sent by any of the two users inside the specific chat room. So, if you want to know more about dot update, dot delete, dot set, this type of function, then you can find the one of our video link in the description box. Basically, I have made that video on Firebase CRUD that will tell you in more detail of how to create, read and update and delete the data inside the Firebase file store. So you can have the look on that video too, so that you can get the clear cut clarity of what all things and functions we are writing inside the database .dart file. You will find that link in the description box. So it is done. Now let's move to the chat page again and we will call this function. So I'm writing database methods update the last message that has been sent by the user. So database method dot update last message sent and will pass a specific chat room ID. So I will write a if function here and will call a send clicked what I have told. So if send clicked is true, then we'll make a message ID to space. This is because I am doing that. I want that unique message ID whenever the user is sending the message to the specific user inside this chat room, because this will help us to manage the each message inside this chat room. Now we'll wrap up the container with a gesture detector. So now I will perform the hot restart again and will write a username and will move to the chat page. So inside this chat room, I am writing a first text here, hello, what are you doing? And will send this text. For now, you can't see the text inside the chat page, but because we have didn't call the function to get the chat message inside the chat page, but message has been sent to the Firebase Firestore. So let's move to the Firebase Firestore. So after refreshing the page, as you can see, here is the last message what I am talking about. So in last message sent by, you can see my username and the time when I have sent the last message, and you can see the chats collection here, and this is a unique message ID I am talking about. Inside this message ID there is a specific chat we have sent to the other user. So I made a small mistake here. As I told you, message ID has been stored inside the string where it is null. So if send is clicked, then will pass message ID null, then the space here, because again the app will check if the message ID is null, then he will provide a random message ID here. Will perform hot reload. Now I'm writing again. How are you doing, brother? Now we'll click on the send icon, and as you can see, last message has been updated here with how are you doing, brother, and you can see that the we have added the message ID inside the chats collection, and you can see the message here. So we'll again send a second message, such a good day to have, and the same thing happens in the Firebase Firestore. So we are sending the message inside the chat room successfully. So our step 1 is done. Now we will call each message inside the chat room and we will display that inside the chat page here. So to get the message, I will create a widget named chat message, and inside the chat message I will return stream builder. Let me explain you why I have used a stream builder here. Basically, stream builder is something which help us to get the data from Firebase Firestore. Is something like whenever we make any changes to the Firebase Firestore, like we will add a message here inside the chat page, but we want a quick update of that message has been sent and inside sent to the Firebase Firestore, and that message will be shown in the app in few seconds. So to show the message in the few seconds from Firebase Firestore, we will use a stream builder here. It shows us a quick update in few seconds whenever we make any changes or add any new things in Firebase Firestore. So as a developer, I will recommend you to always use a stream builder whenever you want to show any collections or field from Firebase Firestore. So we'll pass a stream here and let me create a stream. So I will create a stream name message stream here and will pass a stream to the stream builder and will return using snapshot dot hash data. So we'll first check that if the data is available on this specific collection we have passed in this stream. If there is our data, then we'll use a list view builder to show all the chats from the Firebase Firestore. So I will keep some padding here. Now I will write item count. This will help us to count all the docs or document that we have passed inside the chats collection. Now I'm doing reverse to true. The reason for doing reverse is true is because if I do reverse to true, then it will show us the message from the bottom. So like whenever I type any text inside the text field and will click on the send icon, then the last message will be shown first, then the previous message at the top. Now if I don't do it to true, then the message we have sent first will go to the top and the last message will show at the bottom, which will not give a right way to handle the chat app when the user is texting the other user inside the specific chat room. These are the common function you can see in the most of the apps like WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, etc. So we are trying to get all these features what this big app does inside their app for the better experience for the user who is chatting in our app. So for this idea you can hit the like button. So this will help us to get more support to us to create a more functions like that. Now document snapshot ds snapshot.data.docs. Basically this function will help us to get a data from the specific document here. Now I will create a widget name chat message tile here and will write string message
and bool sent by me. In string message, we will pass the message that the user write on this text field, and by bool sent by me function we will check that if the message has been sent by me or not. Basically, chat message style is all the chat message that you can see currently on this chat page. So we'll return with a row main axis alignment, and we will check the if the message has been sent by me or not. If the message is sent by me, then we will move to the row at the end, I mean at the right side of the screen. And if it is not, then we'll move to the left side of the screen. So this will help the user to get to know what message has been sent by him and what message he has get from the other user he has having a chat. And I will pass a container and will wrap up the container with a flexible widget here. Basically, flexible widget is something that makes our container flexible. Basically, when there is text inside the specific container, as you can see on the chat page, might be that the some text would be of just 2 word or 5 word or 6 word. So it will make the our container flexible and will provide the width of the container according to his choice. Basically, flexible is something which makes your app very responsive and give a better experience to the user. So I am providing a margin from horizontal and vertical. Will provide decoration, box decoration, border radius, dot only, top left, and will provide a radius to the container, and bottom right. And here I am using a sent by me here is because, as you can see, if the message is sent by me, I mean the message who are in the right position, there we don't need any circular container from the bottom right position. But if the message is sent by the other user, then we need the circular from the bottom right position. So I am writing a send by me and will provide a radius 0. That means that we don't need any circular radius when the message has been sent by me. In both the cases, top right is circular, so I am providing it to 24. Now, bottom left. So, if the message is sent by me, then we'll make it to circular, and if not, then we will not make the radius to circular and will provide the value 0. Now I will provide the color to this container. So as you can see, if the message is sent by me, then there is a different color, and if the message is sent by the other user, then it is a different color. So I will use a send by me function inside the color here, and will pass the two color using a send by me boolean character. Now I will provide a
text inside the container so that we can show all our text. So I will copy the same text that we have wrote in the UI and will paste it here. I will remove this message and will write a message string here so that I can get all the message from the Firebase. So we'll pass the message here that we have wrote inside the chat collection, and if my username matches with the sent by me that we have wrote inside the Firebase, then it will true, and if not, then it will pass false. And if the snapshot doesn't has the data, then we'll show a circular progress indicator in the center. Now it is done. Let me call the function inside the scaffold widget we have wrote. But before that, I will call a get and set message function here is because I have to pass a database method function inside our message stream here so that he can get the data from Firebase Firestore. So let's move the database.dart file and we'll create a function name get chatroom message. So I am writing future stream query snapshot to get the all the chat and will pass a chatroom ID inside the get chatroom messages. So Firebase firestore.instance dot collection chat rooms and will pass a specific chat room ID inside the doc file. Now we'll pass a collection name chats here so that we can get all the chat, and we will use dot order by method. So now here comes why I have used a time inside the map. Basically, time is something that will help us to get the message in the sequence manner rather than in the random order. I don't want to show all the message in the random order in our chat page. I want each message to show in the sequence form according to the time when they have sent to the server. Hope that it's clear your point why I have used a time here, and will make a descending to true because I want to show the message which has been sent first rather than the message which has been sent late. So now let's move to the chat page again and we'll pass that get room message function inside our message stream. So database method dot get chatroom message and we'll pass a chatroom ID here and we'll write a set state inside this function, and we want to call this function after the shared preference inside the init state. So I'm writing this function in the on the load method. So it is done. Now let's move to the scaffold widget and let me call the chat messages here.
But before that, I need to change some of the things in the UI so that I can show all the chat message inside the scaffold widget. So I will remove all the chats from the chat page that we have wrote just for the UI because now our Firebase Firestore is ready. So I will get the message directly from the Firebase. So now I will replace a column widget with a stack widget because first I want to show a chat message, then I want to show the top app bar and bottom text field. So now inside the stack I will pass a chat message here. Now I'll wrap up the icon with a gesture detector. So when the user will click on the back arrow, then we will move the user to the home page using a push replacement method here. And we'll remove the text from here and we'll provide a widget.name because we want to pass the name of that user we are having a chat. So now I'll wrap up the text field with a container here. The reason for wrapping up the container is because when I'm using a stack here, so if I don't move the container in the bottom, then the text field will be shows in the center. So using a container, I will tell the text field to move at the bottom center. Now, as we are using expanded widget here, so the text field will cover the complete width and height of the screen. So we don't want that, so I will remove the expanded widget. These all things I have wrote just for the UI so that to get the hint to all the users how we are going to display the text field. So inside the text field, I will write a suffix icon here. Basically, suffix icon is something which shows the icon inside the text field on the right side of the text field. Icons dot send rounded here. Will provide some margin to the text field. So margin h inset dot left 20.0, right 20.0, and from the bottom we will wrap up the chat message with a container here and we will provide some width and height and color to the chat message as I have shown you in the UI. All things will be like that. I'm not doing any changes in the UI, just I am replacing all the functions that we are getting from the Firebase Firestore. So it is done. Now let's perform hot restart and we'll click to the, we'll search the username here, Shivansh here, and we'll click to the his username. As you can see, we have moved to the chat room here, and inside the chat room you can see all the text that we have stored in Firebase file store. The app calls all the messages from the Firebase file store and shows us inside the app. We will remove the margin here and will provide the margin at the top. So let me perform hot restart again and we'll move to the Shivan's chat as it looks now better. Now we'll provide more margin from the bottom and I will write a text, hey guys, what's up, and we'll click to the send icon. Sorry, I'd forgot to wrap up the gesture detector with the icon widget here. So I'm wrapping up the gesture detector with the icons widget here. I will pass a add message function and will write true. We'll perform hot reload again, and when I click to the send icon here, as you can see the message has been appeared. So now let's move to the Firebase file store and check that message has been come on the chat section or not. So as you can see the last message has been updated successfully. So it is done. The message has been successfully sent to the other user and we can see all the message inside our chat page. So our chat page work is done. Now let's move to the homepage.dart file again and we want to show all the last chat or previous chat inside our home page. So now let's call all the chat rooms where from the Firebase file store where I have the chat with the specific user. So I will create a widget name chat room list here to get all the chat rooms inside our home page. So I will again use a stream builder here and we'll use a snapshot to get all the data from Firebase Firestore and will check the data if the data is present in Firebase or not. So I'll create a stream here and will write a chat rooms stream and we'll pass this stream in our stream builder. So we'll again check the if snapshot.has data, but let me write a stream chat room stream. We'll pass a list view and we'll get the each document detail here. So document ds snapshot.data.docs so that we can get the data from each doc here and we can store the length in our document ds file. Basically we will provide padding 20 because we don't need any space from the top and we'll use item count to get all the document length here. So in return I need to pass chat room list user tile here. Basically each user detail. So I will create a stateful widget name chat room
list style here, and we'll get a user data and we'll show that in the home page. So I'm writing a string name, profile pic URL, name. As you can see on the home page, there is a user pic with the user display name. At the down, there is a last message that has been sent to this chat room and with a time at the right. So we'll try to get all the details by passing the specific chat room ID here. So we'll use a get this user info function here. So inside the get this user info function, I will try to get the username using a chatroom ID. So to get the chatroom ID inside the chatroom list style, I will create a string here. So I'm getting the string from the chat room we have wrote above. So I will write a chatroom list style and will try to get last message, chatroom ID, my username and the time. Basically time is something when the user have the last chat and the time we want to show on the home page. So now I will get the username from the chatroom ID here. Basically, this is a what chatroom ID I'm talking about and will get the specific username from this chatroom. For example, it will remove the space and hyphen and will replace the my username with the space and will provide the username like Shivans 456. So it is providing the username whose username we don't know from the other side. And with this username, we will go to the users collection and we'll get the all details from the users collection. Let me show how I will do that. So now let's move to the database.dart file and I'm creating the file name get this user info from the users collection that I have shown you in Firebase. So I am creating a future query snapshot get user by username. So we'll get the user detail from the username and we'll write Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection users will remove the ID and will pass a username. So in string, I'm passing the username here. And by dot where method, we will check that if the user is present on the user's collection or not. So if the username matches with the any of the user data inside the user's collection, then we'll get all the details using a dot get method here. So now I will save the use
each user detail inside the string we have wrote. So for that, I have to write a query snapshot equals to await, and we'll pass a database method here to get all the data of the specific user. Now we'll store each detail of the user in the string: name, his photo, his username, and his document ID using a query snapshot method. So it is done. Now inside the init state, I will pass the get this user info to get all the details first, then move to the container. So now I will copy the same photo, same row that we have made for the UI, and will paste it inside the chatroom list tile so that we can get all the user details, and we can show that in the form of the list view. Now if profile pic is null, I'm writing this function because, for an instance, if we didn't get the profile pic of the user from the users collection, then it may take some time to load. So we will show that a progress indicator suggesting that the user pic has been loading, and we'll show that using the image.network here, and we'll pass a username inside the text. We'll show the last message and the time when they have sent the last message. Let's move to the chat room message again, and we'll call a chat room list tile from there, and we'll show all the chat rooms where the user have the chat with the specific user. So chat room list tile will pass a chat room ID here, and the last message we will get from the Firebase, and will pass my username, and in time we are we will pass the last message when the user have sent on this chat room, and will pass a ds.id to get the specific id of that chat room. So now I need to get the details of all the chat rooms from the Firebase, so I will store that inside the chat room stream we have made. But before that, I need to create a function inside the database.dart file. So let's move to the database.dart, and we'll create a function name get chat rooms, and we'll create a future stream query snapshot. We'll create a string my username and we'll try to get the my username from the shared preference helper. So Firebase firestore.instance.collection chat rooms and will order all the chat room in the server time. So I'm using a time descending to true. Basically, I am using a time again here and descending to true because I want to show the user I have that chat last should be present at the top in the home page, and the user I have chat second, that should be in the second position of the home page. So basically, as you can see on the screen, Shivam Gupta is the first user that we have the last chat first, then the Ayush Sharma is the second user, we have the last chat at the second. This function you see on the bigger apps like WhatsApp Messenger, what I'm talking about. We are trying to add all the feature that this app does to make our app more functional and easy for the user to use. So if you like my idea, do like and subscribe my channel for more videos we have in the store. So by array content, this means in the users array, we will check my username is present or not. If the username is present, then we'll pass that specific chat room here. And if the username is not present in that specific chat room, then we'll don't show that chat room inside our home page. So inside the chat room stream, I will pass a database methods again, get chat rooms. So it is done. Now I'll remove the column from here that we have made just for the UI and will try to call the real data from the Firebase. So I will write chat room list here to get all the chat rooms where I have the chat. So after hot restart, as you can see, our home page is keep on loading. We can see a circular progress indicator here. So we'll rerun the app again using Flutter run command. Rerunning the app, you will find a link inside the terminal as you can see here. So just click to the link. This link will direct you to the Firebase and there he will tell you to create some composite index for our app. Basically composite index will help us to manage the users array time together. It is very necessary to run our home page because we are managing the arrays and time at the same time from the home page. So if you are using a composite index here, then we need to add this index here.
So in status, as you can see, it is building. So wait for a few seconds until it gets enabled. So it is enabled as you can see here. Now let's move to the code again, as I have done some mistake here. So I will remove the mistakes that I have done. So let's move to the signup.dart page again, and we need to save the username in uppercase in shared preference. So just use dot to uppercase function inside the shared preference. And so now move to the main.dart page, and we'll call a sign up here, and we'll create a new ID again. So I'm writing a flutter run command to rerun our app, and we'll make a new ID here so that our shared preference will be saved with the uppercase username. So as you can see, our app has launched successfully. Now in sign up page, I will create a new ID here. So in name, I will write Abhay Sharma here, and will give the email, password, and confirm password. We'll click on the sign up button, wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully. Now I will search the username here. So I am writing SHI, and will move to the Shivam Gupta chat page, and will send the message to Shivam. So I am writing hello here, and will send the message. As you can see, the message has been sent successfully. Now move to the home page again. Now as you can see, we can see the all our chats in our home page. Now we don't need to search again and again. We just need to come to the home page, and we will find all the previous chat in our home page. Now I will search one more username. I will write Shivansh here, and move to the chat room, and will send the message again to him. So I'm writing hello, how are you doing? We'll click on send button. So as you can see, message has been sent successfully. Now let's move to the home page again, and now you can see the two users we have the chat are shown in the home page with the timestamp. Now there would be a case when we will type a long message here, then there will be a overflow error here. Let me show you how it will be resolved. So for an example, I am sending a long chat to a Shivam here. So I am writing hello, such a good day brother. How was your? As I send the message to the Shivam, we'll go to the back to the home page, and as you can see, here is some overflow error. Now we need to fix this error here, because it will give a bad experience to the user whenever someone send the long text or receive the long text in the chat room. So we'll go to the home page again, and we'll wrap up the last message with the container, and we'll give a fixed width to the container, how much space he can cover, and we'll provide a overflow text overflow dot ellipsis in the text, because this function will allow the text to cover the specific space in the container. After that, it shows the message in the dotted form. If you close this app, and if you again open the app from the home screen of your device, then you want to come directly on the home page and click on any of the previous chat, and want to start the chat with the specific user, rather than signing up again and again and moving to the home page and searching the user and start the chat. Basically, you have seen that function in many of the bigger apps like WhatsApp, Messenger, Facebook, etc., where one time you need to sign up in the app, and an app allows you to direct give a entry inside the app whenever you close the app. We will do a same thing inside our app. So let me show how I'll do that. So when I run the flutter run command, as you can see, we move to the sign up page rather than the home page. We have already signed up in the app. We don't need to sign up again and again. So let me close this app again and I will show you it again. Again the same result. So let me add the few function to solve that. So in service file I will create auth.dart function and will give a class name auth method here. Basically auth methods will check that if I sign up into the app or not. If I sign up into the app and I have the ID in this app, then it will allow me to directly go to the home page and start the chat. But if not, he will move me to the sign up page and tell me to create the account first and then move to the home page. So we'll get current user function. So get user function will check if I have the account in this app or not. So now we'll move to the main.dart file again and we'll use a future builder here to check that if the snapshot has data, basically if my details are present inside the Firebase or Firestore, then he will allow me to directly goes to inside the app. Otherwise, he will tell me to sign up, then move to the home page of the app. So this function will be handled by the snapshot here. So if snapshot will dot has data, so it will check if my data is present, then he will move to the home page. Otherwise, he will move me to the sign up page and will in future will pass the auth methods what we have wrote inside the service file. We'll rerun the app again and I will show how it will work. So our app has launched successfully and as you can see we have moved to the home page rather than the sign up page. So these functions are working perfectly. Now I will move to the home screen of my device again and will remove the app from the background and I will launch the app again. So now as you can see we directly move to the home page rather than moving the sign up page again and again. So it is done. So now I will show you how the two devices will communicate each other using our app when they are having real-time chat inside the same chat room. On the left side you can see the screen recording of my real Android device where I run the app. So I will create a new account in my real device. So I am writing here name Satyam Sharma and email satyam244@gmail.com and will give password and confirm password. Now I will click on the sign up button, wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully. Now I will move to the our iPhone emulator and I will create a new account to this device. So in name I'm writing Prem Sharma and email I will give prem345@gmail.com. Now password and confirm password. Click on the sign up button. Wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully. Now I will search for the username Satyam here that we have created the account on my real device. So I will search Satyam here. Now you can see the username here. I will click to the username and will move to the chat page. Now I will write the text inside the text field. So hey, now after sending the message, you can see that Satyam have received the message from Prem in just few seconds. Now I will reply to the Prem, which is our emulator. So as you can see, we have received the message hey here. Now I will write how are you doing and will send the message, and we receive the message in our emulator in few seconds. So as you can see, our app is running successfully in all the device, and you can see the real-time chat what I am talking about. So now Satyam send the message to Prem and Prem have received the message in just few seconds. So as you can see how the two devices are communicating each other or sending the message very easily, and they are getting the message in just few seconds.
Thank you for joining us in the Flutter Chat app development journey. Let's quickly recap what we have covered today. We set up our Flutter environment for app development, also learn to implement secure user authentication with Firebase, real-time chat between the two users, and many more. But I have a small request from you. Please do not forget to hit that like button so that we can reach the goal of just 100 likes, and also do not forget to hit that subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the videos we upload on this channel. Until then, keep coding, keep having fun. I will see you next time. Thanks for watching.